Drive here on Holy Family Radio. This is Deacon Jeff Compton, along with my co-host Kim Schrader in the studios. Once again, asking you for your best gift here as we ask you to support this ministry that we call Holy Family Radio. And it's been a joy to be here. We're now basically halfway through our drive. After 3 days of live radio, we've done a day and a half. Got a day and a half more. And we just love doing it because we believe it's an important work of evangelization that can be educating and inspiring everyone that can come in contact with it. And so we just ask you to support us in this ministry. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can also go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. So after our noon break there, I want to let you folks know that we did get 2 new apostles to which are people that have donated at $1,000 level. I want to thank you so much for that. We are now halfway to our goal for apostles.
That's fantastic. And I was just thinking we need a good sound effect for apostles. I mean, we ring the bell for new donors and we're very excited about new donors, but hey, an apostle's a cause for celebration too.
I'll work on that. And also we did get 2 new donors as well in the past hour or so. So ring the bell, Kim. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you to all those who have donated from parishes around the area: St. John in Glandorf, St. Anthony in Columbus Grove, Holy Family New Cleveland, St. John the Evangelist in Delphus. So much. Thank you so much for that. Without your generous support, we wouldn't be able to make it as long as we have. And we're celebrating our 14th year anniversary coming up this August. And so we're going to host a 14-year anniversary celebration dinner. It's going to be held at the Lima Veterans Memorial Civic and Convention Center. And we've invited and we're pleased to welcome Deacon Harold Burke Sivers to the Civic Center for our dinner for that. And we're pleased also to have him on the phone with us to chat with us a little bit about what he does and everything that we're doing. So welcome, Deacon Harold.
Thank you. It's great to be with you today.
Well, it's great to have you, and people are excited. They're starting to learn about our event. And for folks who may not be familiar with you, and even your new program that you have hosting on EWTN at 4 p.m., at least here Eastern time, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, well, I'm a deacon in the Archdiocese of Portland in Oregon, and I, in my 20s, since I was a kid, I felt that God was calling me to something. I thought first it was priesthood and monastic life. I discerned for a time with the Benedictines in Newark, New Jersey, at Newark Abbey, and then when I left the monastery, I got into a law enforcement career, and through that discovered the diaconate, and then in 2011 I felt God was calling me to something even more, and so after a year of significant discernment, I left my career and started speaking and writing on the Catholic faith full time, and I've been doing that since 2012. It's been an amazing ride, more than I could even have imagined. I mean, traveling 250,000 miles a year, 32 countries around the world, 6 books, 9 television series on EWTN, and my second radio show, this one called Beacon of Truth, which, as you said, is on 4 to 5 p.m. East Coast time, Monday to Friday. Been very much enjoying doing that, and writing for all kinds of publications. It's been just an incredible journey. Discerning God's will and then trying to fulfill that every day.
So you're known as the dynamic deacon, and so what makes you that dynamic deacon?
Well, truth be told, I'm actually a pretty intense introvert. I mean, and how I got that wasn't my idea at all. In fact, I was very uncomfortable with it. when I was in the process of leaving my law enforcement career, I was working with a Catholic publicist who's very, very good out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I was calling my apostle at the time Aurum Cordis, which is Latin for ear of the heart, which is from the first line of the Rule of Saint Benedict. Because, I mean, I never thought about doing it, speaking on the Catholic faith as a full-time career or anything. So it's kind of like a side hobby kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was thinking about leaving, she goes, well, Aurum Cordis, well, people don't know they can't pronounce it. They don't know what it means. They can't associate it with you. And, we have to come up with something different. I said, well, you're the expert, let's think about something. And so a few days later, she calls, I got it, Dynamic Deacon. I'm like, no, that's arrogant. It sounds like I should be a Superman, like a big D on my chest with a cape or something. And I said, no, I don't like that. She goes, oh, no, it's catchy. It describes like your speaking style and da-da-da. And so she's a really good person. I trusted her and said, okay, well, let's go with it, see what happens. And people seem to like it. So we kind of stuck with it. Again, doesn't really describe my personality per se, but my speaking style. I mean, I'm a deeply passionate person. I love the Catholic faith, and I speak like people say, "Oh, you sound like a Protestant." No, I sound like a Catholic who's in love with Jesus. That's what I sound like. Some people don't like that style, but I don't apologize for it. It's who I am. It's an authentic expression of how how passionate I am about the faith, and that's how I got the name.
Well, that's interesting how sometimes we surround ourselves with people who can really help us get out of our own way, in a sense, right? To help us to flourish and to be able to do things that we wouldn't normally have an opportunity to do. And like you, I'm an introvert as well. I got started in Catholic radio back in 2012, and the first time I was behind the mic, I was terrified. Even though I was talking to my sister-in-law for 10 minutes, I was absolutely terrified. And that's grown into now, like 12 years of Catholic radio and hosting these spirit drives, 300 plus hours of live radio. Never would have imagined it. And it's not to say that I'm any good at it, but it's something that I'm passionate about and something that is so important to me that, I've always looked for something that I love doing, and I still work full time, but that's not what I love to do. And this is what I love to do. And so I'm grateful for people like you who are deacons, who are out there that can really preach and share the gospel with people that might otherwise not, really care a whole lot or think, this is going to be kind of boring stuff. But our faith is hardly boring, isn't it?
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, because really, at the essence, what it is, it's a personal encounter and relationship with Jesus Christ. And people say, well, that's what the Protestants say. Again, Jesus didn't come to save structures and institutions. He came to save people. He wanted to love us with his own heart, touch us with his own hands, experience us, to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty in our lives, and to be with us. And it's about intimate, personal, loving, and life-giving communion. Jesus came to draw us into the very heart of his heavenly Father, to draw us into a communion of love and intimacy. And that's personal. And so that's why he gave us the Eucharist. His body, blood, soul, divinity. And when we unite ourselves with him, we become one with God in a way that's real, in a way that when we cooperate with that grace allows us to transform our lives and to truly become the person who God created us and calls each one of us to be. That's the beauty of what our faith is all about.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Deacon, I had the privilege of hearing you at Steubenville this past year, and that was truly wonderful. I can attest to our audience that you are, in fact, the dynamic deacon while speaking. I noticed in looking at your website that you lead several pilgrimages. Can you tell our listeners about that?
Yeah, in fact, I just got back from a pilgrimage with Father Chris Alar of the Marians. This is our second pilgrimage together, and we were in Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. And I think pilgrimages are great opportunities to experience the power of our faith and the power of God's love working in a very powerful way by visiting some of the places where these amazing apparitions have appeared, or sadly you can't go to Holy Land now, but walking the footsteps of our Lord where he was born and where he taught and where he did his miracles and where he gave the Sermon on the Mount, where he died and rose from the dead and all of that. It's really to experience in a special way how God touches our lives, and they're really spiritual investments. is really what they are. And the reason you do it with a bunch of other people, so it's an opportunity for all of us to seek God together, and people come with different intentions on their hearts on pilgrimage, to receive healing, for spiritual renewal, to find God's grace and his merciful love and forgiveness, sometimes just to revitalize and renew their faith, to kind of catch that fire of their faith again, and we're going on pilgrimage with me, and it's not like the hamster wheel. Off the bus, take a bunch of pictures, get an explanation, back on the bus, off the bus. I mean, I really want time for people to pray, to really enter into these sites in a special way, and just really have time to unite their hearts with the heart of God. And I think, and that's why I do these pilgrimages. When I see, people transformed and they're crying and they're just being completely vulnerable before the Lord. And that's why I always try to do at least 1 or 2 pilgrimages a year. Sometimes more, depending on my schedule, but at least 1 or 2 a year.
Do you have another one in the works?
Yeah, I do have some pilgrimages coming. I'm going to be updating my page, so I'm making some updates to my website right now, and all the pages are getting a refresh, including the pilgrimage page. And so that should be done in the next few weeks or so, and then so people will be able to see the opportunities that they'll have to travel with me, which I'm very excited about.
Fantastic. Well, you definitely already have some beautiful pictures on there that I'm sure would be intriguing to people. So what else do you have going on these days? Plenty, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was thinking, oh boy, where do I even start? It's so funny. People ask me all the time, how do you find time to do all the things that you're doing? And it's really about using your time well. So, for example, I don't watch television. Well, I do watch some, if I'm taking a break from working or something like that, I may spend a half an hour watching, one of the shows I used to enjoy when I was a kid, like Magnum PI or something like that, or, but I don't watch television. Like I can't tell you the last time I watched a sitcom or a primetime television show or the news or anything like that. I mean, to me, I call television the idiot box, because it makes people stupid, especially people who spend time watching politics and political stuff. And oh my goodness, man, I can't be around people like that because they're angry all the time, And so for me, I want to spend my time. I have a routine I follow every day. I get up pretty early. I pray. Even though I'm not a morning person, I have to, get up in the morning and pray and try to get a workout in, and then I dive into the work. I'm much more productive in the morning and early afternoon than I am in the later part of the day, and I realize that about myself, so I try to be as productive as I can. Right now I'm working on an article for Deacon Magazine. I write an article on liturgy and sacraments every other issue. So I'm now finishing up my article, which is due on the 1st. So I'm finishing that up now. I was obviously working every day on the radio show, Beacon of Truth on EWTN. And, I try to stay a couple weeks ahead with topics and show outlines because I want to stay on top of that. I'm also doing reflections for the USCCB, for the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. They have a website where they have the scripture readings, and I give video reflections every other Thursday. So I've been doing that for the past 2 years. I've been enjoying doing that. So again, I'm staying on top of it because of my travel schedule. It's so intense that I make sure I'm not lagging behind. And because I got a little bit of a lag now. I had a very busy Lent because Lent was so early this year, so I had a ton of travel. And I've got, let's see, but this time of year now is not so bad. Now I've got a mission coming up in Naples, Florida, and then my wife and I are going on our 30th anniversary wedding trip, and we're going to be taking a train across Canada. So very much looking forward to spending that quality time with my wife. And then I come back and, I got the Eucharistic Congress in Indianapolis, the big event. I'm going to, I'm going to Australia for a tour in July, going to Rwanda with Immaculée Ilibagiza in November, speaking at a conference at Steubenville for deacons in the fall as well. I mean, I got a bunch of things going on. So it's never a dull moment with me.
No, and including a stop in little old Lima, Ohio to come visit us and then talk to us at our anniversary dinner, celebrating 14 years. And we're really excited to bring you to our area for sure.
Well, I'm excited to come. It's really great to support Catholic radio. And who would have thought that in this day and age with all the technology and AI and all this stuff now that early 20th century technology radio would be one of the primary means of evangelization in the church today.
Yeah.
But it really is. And what I was thinking about that. What is it about radio that makes it so effective? Well, think about it. You could be in your car by yourself driving and you're not a person of faith or you're not Catholic or whatever. And you flip to the Catholic radio, you start listening. And no one's there to judge you and no one's there. Why are you listening to that stuff? You're just listening and your heart starts to become moved. Why? Because it's your heart is geared towards seeking truth. Right? And truth ultimately is not a philosophical construct. It's not an idea you form in your mind. Truth is a person. It's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. The way in John 14:6, he says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. And our heart is yearning for truth, what's true and good and beautiful. And when we look around our culture, there's so much ugliness and so much darkness. And Christ wants to lead us to the light. And it's Catholic radio that helps to bring that light into the darkness. People recognize that. And they want that because that's what their hearts are truly yearning for. And so, I do as much as I can to support Catholic radio because it is such a powerful vehicle for bringing the gospel and making the connection between the faith in your head and your everyday lived experience.
Yeah, amen. That is so true. And we've had so many stories already on this particular Spirit Drive about what Catholic radio has brought about, including the Seeds for Vocations. I'm one of those that came from, Catholic radio, because I was ordained a deacon in 2017, and it was right around 2012 when I got involved that I discerned this call to become a deacon. And so it truly does change hearts and minds and softens them and plant seeds in people that they know it's a place where they can find truth. And that's really one of the things that we like to stress about Catholic radio is that it's always available. It's 24/7 wherever you're at and even if you're alone, it all works. It turns your car into a classroom. I mean, there's just so many good things to say about it. And right now, our diocese in Toledo, which is where we reside right now, they're kicking off soon a new cohort of deacons for formation. And I picked up your book recently, Our Life of Service, which talks about the diaconate and what it means and how that works. So what sort of advice would you give to men right now who are learning maybe that they might have a call to become a permanent deacon and why they should consider it and how your book can be a help to them?
Well, yeah, because I wrote that book. I actually wrote two books during the pandemic when I was home and couldn't really travel or do anything. So I said, well, what am I going to do with my time? And there were two things on my heart. One of them was the issues that were going on with racism and issues between people of color and law enforcement, all that kind of stuff. And so I wrote the second book I wrote was Building a Civilization of Love, a Catholic Response to Racism, which came out last year by Ignatius Press. But the first book I wrote was Our Life of Service because I was approaching my 20th anniversary of diaconal ordination. And I've been thinking about the diaconate, and I said, what contribution can I make to diaconal ministry, and I'm a voracious reader. I have 4,000 books in my library at home on philosophy and theology, and so I was familiar with a lot of the deacon literature, but I noticed there wasn't really anything about the service ministry of the deacon. They talk about word, altar, and charity, which I prefer the Latin, docendi, sanctificandi, regendi, teaching, sanctifying, and leading. And it's that third tier, that leading tier, the service. Like, what does that actually mean? Like, if you're working at St. Vincent de Paul as a layperson, a volunteer, and you're working as a deacon, what difference? I mean, you say, well, you're both doing the same job. What difference does, having a deacon there make? Well, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was exploring in that book. And so it's not just the theology of diaconal service. I interview deacons, like guys that are doing it every day. I interview actual deacons who are doing this work, whether at the local level, international level, about preaching, about balancing their family and work life, how they evangelize young people so that they won't leave the church, all those kinds of things. And that's what I put into the book. And I think it's a great discernment tool. It's not just for deacons who have been ordained, but guys who are discerning and who are thinking about, is this what God is calling me to? And it's a tool that they can also use with their wives.
Mm-hmm.
If they're married, they can discern together. Is this something that God is calling us to? Because really, what all the church is doing is recognize that here's a man who's serving well in his family. Is God calling him to take those gifts of service and to expand that gift for the whole church? Mm. And really, that's what the discernment is about. So you're discerning, and the church is also discerning you as well. Mm-hmm. So I think the book is a wonderful tool for discernment, to be able to see, is this, if you get inside of your heart is pumping, you're like, yeah, I could totally see myself doing that, then maybe God is calling you. It's definitely something you should pursue.
Right.
Because remember, just like the seminary, just because you're in a seminary doesn't mean you're going to be a priest. You're discerning. Mm-hmm. Just because you're engaged to be married doesn't mean you're going to be married. You're discerning. Mm-hmm. Same thing. Like, I'm not sure if God's calling me to, well, join the diaconate program if you're not sure. Because that way you can discern yes or no, and if it's no, then you drop out. It's no big deal. It's no loss of faith or anything. No, there's no shame in that. You're just allowing God room to work, mm-hmm. And to discern your heart and your mind whether this is something that you were called to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is a two-way street, so to speak, right? It's you discerning and the church discerning back to you as well as to whether or not your gifts can be brought to bear to serve the church in that particular way. Wives, if you're married, also are a key factor in that. And yeah, I picked up the book here at our local Catholic bookstore, gift shop, actually, Mustard Seed. And so I encourage those fellows out there who are listening, who are considering or looking into becoming a deacon, a permanent deacon. I encourage you to pick up that book from Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers called Our Life of Service. I think you'll find it as a good resource to read here in the coming months as they start off those inquiry sessions here in the Diocese of Toledo. We could always use a few more good men to serve and work in the church. And so I wouldn't be afraid of it. And we had several men who took those steps. And yeah, if it's not for you, then that's fine. No one's going to judge you for anything like that, because it's all good, really. So ultimately, we're just here to serve the church. And Deacon Harold, I just want to give you thanks and props for all the work that you have done, all the energy that you give in service to the church. It is a great blessing. It's a great blessing to many. And, I'm really hopeful that we'll have a sold out event come this August at Lima at the Civic Veterans Memorial Civic and Convention Center. Is a mouthful to say. August 22nd, Thursday. Deacon Harold is our keynote speaker, and our Bishop Thomas is expected to attend. He'll offer some remarks as well. It will be a great time. It's a good time of the year as a school year is starting, to maybe take that last break and get fueled up and ready with your faith, hear some great talks, and celebrate Catholic radio. So, Deacon Harold, any sort of parting advice or things you'd like to tell our listening audience before we let you go?
I just want to encourage everybody to support Catholic radio. Some people support by providing content. Some people, do it by working for the station. But really, what they need is the financial support. You think, well, what can I do? Just giving money. What does that do? Well, that helps to continue to bring the message to those who are lost. You have kids who are away from the church. You have family members who are struggling. You have people at work that just don't get it. They buy into the whole culture of woke and all that kind of stuff. Well, what's the counter to that? Catholic radio. And so by supporting Catholic radio, you are helping to keep the faith alive and burning, not only in the hearts of the faithful, but those who are looking, those who are discerning, those who are seeking truth, those who don't even know it yet. They're looking for Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a powerful tool of witness, of evangelization, of having people enter deeply into the life of God. So I would encourage every single person out there to open your wallet, to open your hearts, and support Catholic radio.
Well, thank you, Deacon Harold. I appreciate that. Thank you for that plug, and I look forward to meeting you in person coming up in August 2024 at our 14th anniversary dinner. Thank you once again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right. That's Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers, everybody. That's our keynote speaker coming up in August at our 14th anniversary dinner. It's sponsored by Ultimate Outdoor, by the way. I want to thank them for generously providing the means to bring Deacon Harold in. And I just want to let everybody know that the way to support us is to call us at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. I don't think I'll ever forget that number because I've said it so many times over 10, 12 years that I don't think I'll ever forget it. It's 888-287-0655.
Yeah. I forget it in between in the years, you know, if like you asked me when I first walk in the door, what's the number? I wouldn't be able to tell you, but it gets easier to memorize every year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that's the number to call, 888-287-0655. If you want to offer a gift in Thanksgiving for deacons like Deacon Harold Burke-Sivers, who do so much for the church, for your local priests, for those who are doing whatever they can to help support and build up the faithful of the church. Now is the time that you can help us in that mission as well. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
Deacon Burke mentioned he's going to have I think he said a speaking engagement, right? I'm going to have to, Immaculée Ilibagiza. Ilibagiza. And her book is one of the ones that we have to offer to a new donor. If you donate over $100, you are eligible to claim this book. Make sure you mention it when you call in to 888-287-0655. We also have a collection of 7 other books that you can claim. I don't know if anyone has claimed any of these. We've had a couple of new donors, but we haven't had any mention of, this book or that's been claimed.
Absolutely. We will make sure that we take care of that for sure.
Yeah. So if that sounds interesting to you, give us a call and make your donation over $100, 888-287-0655. And we also have a collection of several other books donated by a generous individual to offer as gifts to you as a new donor.
That's right.
You can also go to holyfamilyradio.fm or the Holy Family Radio app and make your donation there. It's a good time to do that right now because I think we are about to play the Bishop's Corner. Are we about to do that?
Yeah, we can do that. Sure, why not?
Maybe in a little bit, or maybe we'll chat for a few more minutes.
No, we can definitely do that. I don't have the latest episode of the Bishop's Corner. They haven't sent it to us. So the Annunciation Radio produces the Bishop's Corner program, and we very gratefully thank them for that, and we offer that also to our viewers. We've done it from the very, very beginning, and so this will be last week's show, and today's Thursday, so maybe they have shared it, but I haven't had an opportunity while doing this live drive to be able to do that. I want to thank all those who are watching right now. We got 1 on YouTube. We got 7 watching on Facebook. Don't have anybody on X right now, but we're streaming to all 3 of those platforms live. Unfortunately, when I play these recorded interviews, let's put it this way. The Bishop's Corner program that I'm about to play, you won't be able to hear it on the live stream. But when we play the interview with Deacon Harrison Garlick during the 2 o'clock hour, you will be able to watch and hear that. And believe me, you're going to want to do that because you'll learn a lot. And I've got a book to give away after that. I got 4 copies of a book he recommends to learn about the demon of our day. And that's all I'll say for right now to kind of tease that interview. So with that, we're going to pause and take in the Bishop's Corner program here. After that, it'll be Deacon Harrison Garlick. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. Remember, call 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You can comment on our live stream, by the way, on Facebook and or YouTube. We got live chat going on, so we can see that here in the studio. Got a question or a comment for us? Let us know. We'll do our best to either answer or share or talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. And good noon, good afternoon, everyone. This is Deacon Jeff Compton here in the studios, along with my co-host Kim Schrader, as we continue with day 2 of our 3-day Spring Spirit Drive here at Holy Family Radio. This is the one time a year that we interrupt your programming to ask you to support us in this mission. And to do that, it's very easy. Just give us a call here. We got volunteers waiting at the phones to take your phone call at 888-287-0655. I'll say it a couple more times, 888-287-0655. Once again, that's 888-287-0655. You can also go online to our website. A number of people have chosen that option today to go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, to make their donation online via our credit card, via our online app. It's a new app that we're using this year to be able to offer, a little bit more convenient way to support this mission, a one-time lump sum amount or even a recurring donation. We really encourage folks to do a monthly recurring donation. It allows you to have a less of an impact on your monthly budget, and then allows you to give more over time to Holy Family Radio. So a simple $10 a month recurring donation is actually $120. And we would be able to collect that over the 12 months. And it's the same as donating $120 one time. You may not have that right now, but you might have $10. So I might encourage folks to consider that, to be able to support Holy Family Radio right now during our Spirit Drive. This Spirit Drive is extremely important to Holy Family Radio to keep us on the air for another year, to also be able to build our new Fostoria station, to build our new Van Wert station. Fostoria will be on the air by the end of this year, and then next year sometime will be Van Wert. It'll open up a whole new audience for us to be able to reach with the truth of the gospel, the fullness of the truth of the gospel that only resides with Jesus and his church. So 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. The next guest that we have, I did a pre-recorded interview with Deacon Harrison Garlick. He is he's the chancellor and in-house counsel for the Diocese of Tulsa and Eastern Oklahoma, which means he's a lawyer and he's the HR guy for the diocese there. It's a great interview. I discovered Deacon Harrison on Twitter, on X. He's got a lot of great things to share. He also hosts a podcast called Ascend the Great Books. We talk about that a little bit in this interview, but I don't want to waste any more time before I get into that, but I'll just give the numbers one more time. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I want to say hello to those who are watching the live stream right now. Thank you for tuning in and sharing some of your time with us today. We are streaming live on Facebook, on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, and also on X or Twitter. We also have some folks watching that way as well. You can chat to us if you're watching on X, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook Live. If you put something into the comments, that'll feed right into our monitor right here, and we can respond and answer questions or whatever comments you might have. I encourage you to do that. We've had a number of guests in that folks have provided some encouragement and have interacted in some ways. It's been a lot of fun here. So I encourage that if that's possible, if you feel moved to do so. So 888-287-0655. All right, here's the interview with Deacon Harrison Garlick, our next guest up here on the Spring Spirit Drive. He's going to take me a second here to set this up so we can watch it on the live stream. So give me a second here. I'd like to welcome to our Spirit Drive Deacon Harrison Garlick. He is the Chancellor in-house counsel at the Diocese of Tulsa and Eastern Oklahoma. He's also a father, a deacon, and and everything else. So say hello to everybody, Deacon Garlic.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on today.
So I'm sure no one is really familiar with who you are. Why don't you give us a little bit of a bio and a little background about you?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much again for having me. So yeah, married. I live out in rural Oklahoma on a little kind of homestead. We've got a bunch of ducks and chickens and geese running around, and also a whole bunch of children. So I have four currently and one on the way, due in June. So pray for my wife. We'll have one older girl and then four boys running around. So it's a lively household. For my day job, I do serve as a chancellor and legal counsel for the Diocese of Tulsa. So I'm doing our legal and HR, Chinese protection, and insurance. So kind of all the back office stuff that people typically don't think about when they think about the church. But our job is really to kind of untie knots and let pastors actually focus on the pastoral ministry, and we kind of take on some of those challenges and kind of help them navigate them. And then in my free time, what I like to do is study the great books. So I have a podcast, ascendthegreatbookspodcast.com, in which we help people read the great books. So what are the great books? Think of Homer, think of Dante, think of St. Augustine, Plato, Aristotle, these great minds that really helped build up our Western culture. So that's on my heart. And so I have this podcast, and we go very slowly. We're actually in a year of Homer, reading one book or chapter of Homer a week. And I also teach great books for our diaconate program. So we have our local diaconate program. We're very blessed to actually have a great books sequencing in that. And so we actually just finished reading Antigone last month, a Greek play, which I think dovetails really well into Tobit and the importance of burying the dead.
That's quite interesting. The idea of the great books is something that when I was in college, I recall, some of the classics, but I haven't really read any of those great books. What would you consider to be maybe the top 5 or so great books that we ought to be able to pay attention to?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have your thinkers like Plato, Aristotle, St. Thomas Aquinas, Dante. I mean, these are people that I think the church returns to time and time again to kind of pull out this treasury of thought. I think if people are actually to get invested in them, they're like, well, I'd like to read these. Where do I start? Sometimes it's really hard just to pick up like St. Thomas Aquinas or pick up St. Augustine, because one of the things that you have to realize about the great books is that these thinkers are in conversation with one another. So St. Augustine's in conversation with Plato. Aristotle's in conversation with Plato. Thomas is basically in conversation with everyone who's come before him. And so sometimes if you jump right into the middle of conversation, it can be a little daunting. So one of the reasons that on Ascend, we started off with a year of Homer, and this kind of slow walk through Homer, is because Homer really is the first great book. He's the one that kind of gets the conversation started. So in the midst of reading about, the war at Troy and people getting speared in the face and all these other things, underneath that, there are actually some real perennial conversations happening about like, what's the relationship between the gods and fate? What's the relationship between free will and the gods? What does it mean actually to be an excellent man, right? In the Greek, the arete, the entire virtue tradition starts in the pages of Homer. So I would say, like, if people are going to start the great books, what we need to look at is really look at Homer. I think it's a great place to start.
Yeah, when we think about the ancients and what they know, they really, if you really get into them, you get to understand that they really wanted to know what it was to be human. I believe, right? I mean, they know more about what it means to be human than I think we do sometimes.
Oh no, I think that's absolutely true. We're very divorced sometimes from our humanity, either just because life has become easy or because our technology, we tend to be kind of divorced from what is actually real, if you will. Where the ancients, sometimes we think we're better than them because I have an iPhone, right? So like
Yeah.
I'm smarter than them because I have Google and Wikipedia. But there's a real wisdom, I think, in the ancients, particularly in someone like Homer, where there are what we would call perennial questions. Like these are perennial questions that humanity is always going to be asking. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to live a good life? What does it mean to have a family? And a lot of these begin in a really nascent way in Homer. And I think another reason too that we turn to the Greeks, particularly because there's other, ancient great books. You could read the Enuma Elish, you could read Confucius, you could read all kinds of other texts from different cultures. But I think one thing, particularly as Catholics, we have to realize is that Greek culture plays somewhat of a providential role in human history because Greek culture flowed into Hebrew culture prior to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. And so when you look at what is the culture that Jesus came into, he came into a culture in which Greek reason and Hebrew faith were already in dialogue with one another. You look at the books in the Old Testament, particularly the ones closest to Christ, were originally written in Greek. The Septuagint is the first Greek, first Old Testament, which is in Greek, if you will. The New Testament's written in Greek. Greek thought had permeated a lot of that Hebrew culture, and it was in dialogue with one another. And so when you start looking at this, what you realize is that Greek reason came together with Hebrew faith in order to kind of prepare the world for the coming of Jesus Christ. And so when John opens his gospel saying, in the beginning was the Logos, this Greek term, this term that both Plato and Aristotle used heavily, the only reason that his audience can start to receive that is because they've actually had their minds somewhat prepared by a Hellenistic culture to understand the depth of what it means that God became incarnate. And a lot of those conversations to understand that depth actually starts with Homer. So I think a lot of reasons of why to read the great books, particularly prior to Jesus Christ, is because we have to understand that Providence used them to somewhat till the soil for the coming of his son.
Yeah, absolutely. I had thought about that. I had considered that before. You had the philosophy of the ancient Greeks with the discipline of the Romans, kind of a perfect storm in a way, right? To be able to, God in his providential, time, use those foundations then to, bring forth, his kingdom here on earth.
Yeah, sometimes on the podcast we'll talk about that, to kind of just like distill it, that Greek reason coupled together with Hebrew faith under Roman order prepared the world to receive Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we, in reading the great books, we are able to kind of step into that culture. So for instance, just as a small example, I just finished reading the Oresteia, which is a trilogy of Greek tragedies by Aeschylus. And a lot of the question is, what is justice? And the prevailing understanding of justice is, well, you love your friends and hate your enemies. That's just. And it makes sense, because if you love your friends and hate your enemies, you're not a betrayer, right? You won't betray people. Yeah. And so, you love the people inside your own polis, inside your own city-state, and you hate those outside of it, and you live a pretty just life. And it really sets a lot of context for then when Christ comes in and says, love your enemies. He's turning that whole concept of justice on its head. And he even points out, well, of course, if you love your friends, even the pagans do that. Yeah. So what is it that the Christians bring that are unique? Well, we are supposed to love our enemies. And of course, you can pull from that without having read the Greeks. But if you've read the Greeks and seen the conversations they were having a couple centuries before, the incarnation, then it actually brings a lot more depth to the words and commands of Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So let's kind of fast forward then to today's age, and the kind of things we can learn from them to today. One of the things that really kind of stood out to me when I was going through my X feed was something that you had provided and written about the acedia, however you want to pronounce it. We might say it a couple different ways, right? But because we kind of understand it to be slothfulness, like we think of a laziness and stuff. But you kind of presented it and broke it down in a way that I was like, oh my goodness, that makes a lot of sense for what's going on today, especially for me, like as a man. What does it mean to be a man? Excellence, all those sort of things. Why don't you set the table there for us, and let's kind of plow through that a little bit.
Yeah, of course. So I think when a lot of people, as you said, think of acedia, achadia, there's lots of pronunciations for it. When you think of just like a general slothfulness, we typically think of like a lazy person, right? Like, well, I'm going to lay on the couch and just scroll through Facebook or look at Netflix all day. And therefore, that's, one of the 7 deadly sins, and that's that slothfulness. That's certainly a part of it, but that doesn't really get to the heart of it. And I think an example is that, the marathon runner could be suffering from acedia. The highly successful CEO could be suffering from a spiritual slothfulness. Aquinas tells us that sloth is really a sadness or a lack of love about the things of God, or the things that really matter in life, right? Another way to look at it, which is the one that I think helps the most, is that acedia is a cooling of love. It's a cooling of love that actually then terminates in a certain inactivity. And so, for a good example of this, in Dante's Purgatorio, when Virgil, his guide, Dante the Pilgrim, is being taken up the mountain of purgatory, by this Roman poet Virgil. When they get to the terrace, the part of the mountain that purges the soul of sloth, Virgil gives like this little speech about what is slothfulness. And he actually explains it by explaining what is our natural love, like this amor, this eros that we have. And he talks about that the soul is like fire. It wants to ascend. The soul has a natural element in it, a natural disposition, a nature to move upward. It wants to move from, say, the lower things in life to the higher things. It moves from lesser goods to higher goods, from lower beauties to higher beauties. And this creates a certain spirituality of ascent, and you see this within our spiritualities. We talk about ladders. We talk about climbing mountains, right? A lot of the spiritual classics are contextualized as the soul has to move upward. And that's where this comes from, is that the soul is like fire. It wants to move upward. And what acedia does is it comes in and it cools that fiery love. It cools it insofar as the soul, why it's considered slothfulness is the soul no longer wants to climb a ladder of love. It no longer wants to climb this ladder of holiness, which at the top is God, ultimately. And it comes in, but the thing that's so dangerous about acedia, and why it's called the Noonday Devil, which is, by the way, there's a phenomenal book called The Noonday Devil. So if you want to kind of follow this up and say, where can I learn more about it? That's the book I would point you to. It's called The Noonday Devil because it can seep into your life at the time that you least expect it. So at noonday, there's no shadows, right? There's no shadows. There's no darkness. But yet this demon still slips in somehow. And it causes that love to cool. And it's so easy not to realize that is happening, that our zeal for things that are important in life have started to cool. Because I'm not committing a sin. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm not committing, right, an actual act. But it's the lack of things that start to kind of erode your spiritual life that we can become very blind to.
Yeah, excuse me. The idea that it slips in and it basically you begin to not strive for greatness, right? In terms of going up that ladder, it's like, well, I'm good enough. I don't have to do this if I don't want to. That's hard. But then it's kind of, I've heard it said also that when you begin to quell that sense of striving for greatness in yourself, you then begin to hate it in others. You don't want others to then also achieve greatness in a way, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So one way to look at this is that our natural love that we have, so we're talking about the natural love, not even like charity that we receive in baptism by having grace in our life, but just like the natural love that we have. That natural love, like a fire, we have to understand that it was enkindled in us by God. Because what ends up happening is that, like, listen, we all want to be happy. Like that's the point. We all make decisions based on the fact that we think this will make us happy. We want to seek happiness. We think this will better us. And so the problem is that, happiness, like when I attain something that's good and I become happy, that's great. But the problem is that I don't want to be happy some of the time. I want to be happy all the time. Mm-hmm. But the things that I can have in this life, even great things like a marriage or whatever, are all finite. They all have an ending point. Not only do they have an ending point, but they only make me happy in certain ways. They don't make me happy in like all ways, right? So, if I have a great cup of coffee, it can make me happy, but two things. One, it's going to come to an end. And two, it's not going to make me happy in all ways. If it does make me happy in all ways, something's wrong with me, right? You would be like, well, you enjoy that cup of coffee too much, right? That's disproportionate to your soul. And so you can see then how this natural love in us is enkindled in us. It's a fire that burns into us that we keep seeking greater goods. And so two things can happen to the soul. Either one, and this is what most people get trapped in, we just become consumers. We just become on a conveyor belt. We're just constantly looking for more and more goods to consume. And our life is basically this relentless seeking of things to make me happy until I die. Mm. Or the other way, which is the ascent, which is moving upwards, if we realize that, well, there are greater things my life can have. Like, yes, there are things that give me pleasure, like a great cup of coffee or a great feast or a great conversation. But then there's other things higher in life, like being excellent, having greatness, having nobility, like, perfecting myself as a human. And then above that, there's things like wisdom, right? If I actually understanding things, I actually knowing the world around me. And then above that is God. Because what you have to realize is that what the soul, the reason God enkindles that love in us is because it's not a condemnation to endless consumption, but rather it is calling the soul back to Him, because He is the only thing that can make our soul happy in those two ways. Our infinite desire for happiness incorporates or becomes or satiates in an infinite good. And also, then God doesn't make me happy in a certain way. God makes me happy in all ways. So what my soul is actually seeking in all these different things is actually God. And so our soul, the reason I point that out is because you have to understand that that love is enkindled in us to lead us back to God, because then you can understand how dangerous it is that acedia comes in and cools that, because then it stops our natural ascent to God. And so, for instance, like just to give some examples. So if you think about the soul, so the soul is structured, kind of pulling from the Platonic St. Augustine side of the church. The soul basically has three major parts, right? It's got your intellect, and then your spirited, and then your appetitive. And each part has like a certain object, right? You can think of it like a hunger. It loves something. Each part of your soul loves something. Your intellect loves wisdom. It loves truth, right? That's what it seeks. That's what it wants to know. The spirited part of you, think about, like, we can still kind of use this word today, right? Oh, he's spirited, right? Oh, the spirited warrior. That's a spirited horse, right? What is it? What does that mean? Well, it means that it has a certain honor, an excellence, right? A nobility to it. This is like, we talked about the great books. They talk about being spirited. It's thumos in the Greek, right? The warrior is spirited, right? He has certain bravery. He stands up and does excellent and great things on behalf of his people. And then the last part of the soul is the appetitive, and that seeks pleasure, and not necessarily in a bad way, right? We seek pleasures that are ordered and just, right? Like I said, I have a good cup of coffee, I have a wonderful marriage, I have good conversations with my friends. There are pleasurable things in life, right? We feast for birthdays, we feast for saints, right? There's wonderful, pleasurable things that we can enjoy. And so the soul kind of pivots around these three goods, and they're in hierarchical order, right? So we want to seek wisdom and truth first, then we seek what's spirited, and then we seek what's pleasurable, and that helps guide us. So, and then you can see that the virtues kind of line up with this. So it's like, well, what if I want to, so if you're kind of doing some spiritual reflection, you're like, well, I need to like improve myself and my intellect. How do I do that? Well, prudence, right? Prudence is the virtue that perfects your intellect. Well, I need to improve being spirited. Like I'm too often fearful. I too often am afraid of what people think, or I can't proclaim the gospel because I'm afraid. Like, how do I get over that fear? Well, the virtue that helps us be spirited is fortitude, bravery, right? Courage. Most of us, a lot of us, our culture, because it kind of lends it this way, is, well, I have problems putting a bridle on my appetitive appetite, right? I have a problem with things that are pleasurable, because our culture right now just puts these like a banquet in front of us, just constantly telling us to consume. You know, what virtue can help me there? Well, it's temperance, right? We practice temperance. And then in the St. Augustine's model, you might say, like, well, I know my four cardinal virtues. Where is justice? Like, where does justice fall? Justice is the virtue of being well ordered, and so it's like a veneer on the soul overall. It helps the soul be just and well ordered and become beautiful. And so as we pursue these things in our life, like from moving from lesser to higher things, we climb the ladder of love. We're pursuing holiness. We pursue these virtues that help perfect the different souls, or excuse me, the parts of our soul. We're configured then to Christ, right? We become more Christ-like the higher that we kind of ascend. And so you can see then acedia, to be a cooling, then is so dangerous to the soul. It stops us, and it's so dangerous because we don't even know what's happening. And so, for an example, let's take the intellect. Okay, so the intellect seeks truth. It's perfected by prudence. What happens though if the soul, particularly in its intellect, starts to suffer from acedia, a slothfulness, which means that love that the intellect has for truth starts to cool? Well, we see this in our culture all the time. What the intellect starts to believe is that there is no truth. I don't need to seek the truth. There is no truth. And this is where relativism comes in, right? Well, hey, that statement can't be true, right? All truth can't be relative, because the fact that you said that is a truth, and that can't be relative. So like, this doesn't even make sense. For most people, it doesn't matter. They're like, just let me live the life I want to, right? The idea that our lives have to be consistent and according to a principle of truth doesn't even make sense to most people anymore. Why? Because the intellect has somewhat atrophied. It's grown soft. It doesn't even seek its truth anymore. And so we're in a very relativistic culture. And as you already kind of alluded to, the next step after relativism is nihilism, that nothing matters at all. And that's where, as you mentioned, which I agree with, is the soul naturally should be seeking to be great. They talk about magnanimity, right? The virtue of being great-souled, which we contextualize in being Christ-like. The culture or the soul that then falls into relativism and falls into nihilism starts to hate greatness, not just in itself, but in general.
Yeah.
And it will start to hate greatness so much that it will hate life itself. That life itself is not even worth living. And if that doesn't provide us somewhat of a spiritual insight into this culture of death that we have today, I don't know what does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you kind of got to that one point that I was I was talking about, and that you see it in our culture all the time, and that's what I was going to ask you about. It's like it's not only in us individually, but it also can then pervade our culture and the time that we're living in, to the point that we're actually seeing it. Not it kind of slips in, but now it's rampant. It's everywhere, and in somewhere I think in another article, or maybe the same one, you mentioned about it's like being fat sold, right? Like we're cows, not looking up at all, right?
Yeah. So there's a good article. I wrote an article called "The Crisis of Fat Sold Men." It was published on the Catholic website, the Josias. So if you're interested in this topic and you want something less than a book to read, I don't know, it's probably 1,200 words, just kind of explaining this crisis that is acedia that's crept into us, particularly then kind of looking at it from the masculine standpoint. And yeah, because the problem is, we saw, okay, what happens to the intellect, but this cascades down through the whole soul. So think about the spirited. So the spirited part of the soul, it seeks honor, it seeks glory, it seeks things that are noble, right? And it's perfected then by fortitude. Well, when acedia slips in and that love for what is excellent in life starts to cool, then yeah, we start to become at that point somewhat soft-souled. Because the problem with being spirited is you have to be willing to do hard things to seek what's good. And the problem is because of how life works, is that you have to be able to endure pain and suffering to live a virtuous life. We worship a God that was sacrificed on the cross. You're just not going to get around this. And so the problem is when acedia cools the love that we should have towards general nobility, towards excellence, and these types of things, we become very soft. We shy away from anything that's going to cause us any type of displeasure. And you see this in life, right? Everything today is so instantaneous. It's so immediate, and I shouldn't have to work hard. That the very idea of working hard for anything starts to become repugnant. And then you can see then what ends up happening is that on the appetitive side, the side that seeks pleasure, usually what happens, and what I think we're seeing in most of our culture, is that this becomes the main way that people seek happiness in life. So the intellect goes out, the spirited goes out. The only thing that's left is this uncontrolled appetitive appetite for pleasure. And Aristotle says, we're the worst animals when it comes to food and sex. If we don't control this with our reason, we're the worst animals when it comes to this. And so as you said, and what I kind of mentioned in the article, is that then we kind of fall into this condition of being fat-souled insofar as we just seek these pleasures in life, and that's really all our life is about. And it was actually Socrates at the end of his Republic that makes this comparison that even in his age, a lot of people are living a life that's basically indistinguishable from cattle. They're heads down. They're only interested in food and sex, and they don't ever look up. They don't ever want to ascend. They don't ever actually want to look up to what's greater in life. Their head is constantly down. And I do think this is the crisis of our age, is that we just don't believe there's anything worth making a sacrifice for. There's nothing that's true, good, and beautiful enough in life to actually work hard for. And so then we just kind of collapse back into this easy but somewhat subhuman life. We were given virtue, we're given reason, we're given an intellect, we're made in the image of God, but we just use it to live a very plain, soft, safe life.
Yep. I mean, it's I mean, I almost don't have any, I don't almost have words to really even say much about that simply because I believe it to be true. I mean, there's so many examples that I have, where there are things that are happening in our world today. It's like, why isn't anybody saying anything about this? Why aren't there more people doing something about this? And I think it's because, well, most people just don't care. They just don't care enough, because my little world is I'm fine. I don't need anything else. And so it just, because I see it myself as well. That's where the part that kind of hits home for me is because, yeah, that is true. That there are times where it's just like, I don't want to strive. I don't want to do more. But there's something inside of me that says, yes, you should. Yes, you should do that. In my ministry here at the Catholic radio station, and as well as a deacon, I'm an example for others, that I need to be the one who can be that image of Christ the servant, and to be that person who shows people how to live, how to suffer well, if that's need be, and to accompany people along the way. If I am caught up in this, then I am not much of help to them in how we should live our lives. And I see so many men, especially because of our culture with masculinity, we don't know who we are as men anymore, it seems like.
Correct. Yeah, I think that one thing to think about is, let's focus on, I think, the people who know something's wrong, but they don't seem to be able to articulate it. And I think this is a particular problem, because the mind moves from grammar to logic to rhetoric, right? So first we have to have terms. We have to understand what the terms actually mean. Then we have to know how to apply them before we can actually speak of them and speak well. And so I think a lot of the problems in our culture, particularly our culture, is moving so quickly, and it's kind of plummet into depravity, that sometimes it's so difficult to even get the language that we need, because your grammar will control your logic. And this is why the world today keeps trying to change the meaning of terms, because they've understood that if they change the meaning of a term, it actually changes our logic. And the easiest way to get people to adopt a philosophy is not to convince them through a syllogism, but it's just to change their grammar. Because if they follow the grammar, they'll naturally follow the logic. And so one of the ways, like, just immediately, if you want to start separating yourself from the world, is just not to use their grammar, right? You want a grammar that's actually focused on things that are real, not things that are unreal. And that will help your logic a lot. But I do think that, to your point, I think you alluded to this earlier, I do think that acedia, it really is the sin of our age. In that book I mentioned earlier, The Noonday Devil, that's its basic thesis. And, typically, if you think about the exorcism ministry, just kind of as a trope, you kind of have to know the name of the demon before you can exorcise it. And if you don't know the demon you're dealing with, you have a problem. And so I think a lot of the main evils that we face today is because we've lost the grammar to articulate them. And so we can't even name the demon. And I think it's not surprising to me that once you understand what acedia is, you then see it all around you. But it's also one of the most misunderstood sins, right? It's like, oh, it's just like a slothfulness. No, if you understand that it cools the love of the soul, then you really kind of understand that it somewhat becomes this like architectonic sin that has somewhat just structured our entire culture. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so I think one of the ways you say, well, how do we start pushing out against this, or how do we get more people to talk about it? I think the first thing is you just got to give them the grammar. You just got to show them, like, this is how we articulate it. This is the parts of the soul. This is who we are, right? Because things like education, culture, politics, these are all downstream from what we think it means to be human. So it's really helpful if you understand then, like, the structure of the soul. Do you know what the parts of your soul actually seek? It allows you to kind of self-diagnose. And this is kind of helpful just for examination of conscience before you go to confession and things like this. But then it also says, well, our culture is basically, a collection of humans. And so it's nice to understand human nature, because you understand the problems we have when we get together, and you can start to kind of diagnose the things around you and help explain them to others and give people the grammar. Because I think the people that are really on my heart is like, yeah, there's a lot of people that are lost in this life of cattle that I think understand that there must be something more to life, but they don't know where to look. But we also have a lot of people in the church who know something's terribly wrong, but don't know how to articulate it. And so it's hard for them then to reach their friends and family for Christ, because they don't know exactly what's going on. So I really hope that a lot of these conversations on acedia help give people the grammar, not only for their own interior lives, but also for their conversations with others.
Yeah, well said. I was just thinking about, what is the prescription that we can write then to be able to help ourselves? What's some advice that you have for our listeners who might want to delve more into this and kind of maybe try and stir something up in them?
Yeah, I think, well, so if you look at the parts of the soul, so if you're looking at the intellect, it helps to read about it. It helps to understand these things. Like I said, The Noonday Devil, which is a book by Abbot Nault, if I remember right. And so it's a wonderful, wonderful text. It's the one that I still remember, like being halfway through that book and being in my dining room and putting the book down and just walking around my house several times because it clicked. And it was really hard. Like I had to like process before I could read more. So it's a wonderful book, very well received. It's by Ignatius Press, if I remember correctly. And then I've written a few articles on this. So like I said, The Crisis of Fat-Souled Men. Fat-souled is not a term that's used very often. So if you Google that, it's on the Josias and it pops up, pretty quickly. I also wrote, which might be somewhat confusing, but I wrote an article not too long ago called In Defense of Erotic Love. In Defense of Erotic Love. And the reason I use that term outside of being catchy is because in the Greek, that natural love that we've talked about here today is called eros. That's actually its term is eros. In English, that gets translated a lot of times into the erotic. But if you can see why, if you understand the philosophy, because the erotic usually is always focused on the pleasurable, on sexuality. But one of the things that our forefathers understood is that the love that's seeking wholeness and satisfaction in sexuality is the same love that's trying to seek things that are noble and excellent and trying to seek wisdom and ultimately trying to seek God. And so to borrow a phrase from Chesterton, the man knocking on the door of the brothel is looking for God. Right? He doesn't understand that the wholeness and satisfaction that he's trying to satiate in sexuality will actually be better satisfied if he ascends, if he goes up and not a life of cattle, but actually goes and tries to find the higher things of life. And so I wrote that article, which is published it's published with our diocese, the Diocese of Tulsa, In Defense of Erotic Love, mainly pulling from Pope Benedict XVI, when he wrote his encyclical Deus Caritas Est. It didn't really make a huge impact, so I'm not sure people knew what to do with it, but he actually starts off his encyclical with a defense of eros, with a defense of erotic love, as we originally see in Plato. And so it goes back into the fact that it's hard to understand acedia as a defect if you don't even understand what it's defecting, if that makes sense, right? So like if you don't understand what the love is, what your eros, what your amor, what your natural love is, it's hard then to understand what acedia is doing to your soul. And so I think looking at these things of like, what does it mean to have that natural love? And what does it mean to understand that the love naturally wants to ascend to God through this ladder of love will also really help you. So I think as far as like cultivating the intellect, there's a few resources out there as well. And then obviously prayer, fasting, and almsgiving. These are the ways the church has always told us that we need to configure our souls to Christ. It helps because you say, well, be virtuous, practice the virtues, be prudent, be just, be temperate. Like, great. Well, how do I do that? Prayer, fasting, and almsgiving, they help discipline the soul. And that will particularly if you have a map of the soul in your head, I think it will greatly help you to then understand, okay, where are my deficiencies? What do I need to focus on? Well, I need more fortitude. I'm afraid to preach the gospel. I'm afraid to say certain things, right? I'm letting the culture put a pall of fear on top of me, or maybe like my pleasurable appetites are out of control. But those kind of things will help you to build that muscle, if you will, that spiritual muscle to, again, climb the ladder of love, towards our Lord Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Well said. I think I'll switch gears now since we're kind of getting towards the latter part of our time here together. And that is, the Holy Family Radio is a Catholic radio station. We've been around now for almost 14 years, and which is one of those things where I got involved with it 10 years ago. And so now, maybe actually a little bit longer than that. And it's affected a lot of people's lives in many, many different ways. Catholic radio is kind of I call it a thankless sort of, radio is a thankless sort of thing to be in, because you're sending the signal out. You have no idea who's tuned in, who's taking in what we're providing in a way. And all we're doing is we're the conduit. I tell people that if you want to be involved with evangelization, just sow a seed into our ministry here, and we'll do the heavy lifting for you, so to speak. And so I know that the Catholic Radio has a presence there in your diocese in the state of Oklahoma. And what are some of the things that they do? And I think before we started, you talked about one of the things that Catholic Radio does and has helped in your diocese.
Yeah, I mean, Catholic radio, I think, is incredibly important. We have two major groups in Oklahoma that run our radio stations, and we've just seen a lot of fruit. I like what you said about sometimes it's a thankless ministry because you're just kind of sending out the signal. But in a lot of ways, I think that also precipitates a lot of very beautiful stories. And so a lot of things that I've seen, because the individual who used to run, or who does run our radio station, used to work at our chancery as well. And so during that time period, I was able to see a lot of the letters that are sent in about people who honestly were just searchers. They're looking, right? Like we talked about earlier, right? Their love is seeking for something greater and higher to satiate in. And they would have these wonderful letters of people who never would probably darken the door of a Catholic church. They don't even know a Catholic. In Oklahoma, we're 4% of the population. You gotta do some work to run into a Catholic around here. But they'll run into our radio station and they'll find truth. They'll find things that are good. They'll find things that are beautiful, and they'll kind of write this in. And one of the kind of particular things that we've seen as far as the population that's been really well served is we've done an intentional effort to try and get our Catholic radio near our prisons, because we've seen just a lot of benefit of the prisoners then writing us letters that this has really helped them. And so we kind of saw this kind of happened accidentally at first. And then once we saw like, oh, wait, this is a huge ministry, then our prison ministry kind of partnered with our Catholic radio and has really been helping to try and make sure that these guys can get access to our Catholic radio. And we're seeing a lot of lives turn over. Our bishop actually will go in the prisons and do the baptisms and confirmations, et cetera, around Easter. And the photos out of that are just amazing and beautiful, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think Catholic radio has a way of stepping into people's lives in ways that we just don't know, right? I mean, it really is like just a present signal of sending out things that are true, good, and beautiful. And it's amazing what Providence can then use that for.
Mm. Yeah, well said. Yeah, I agree. We get letters all the time where you've got married couples where one's not Catholic and the other is, and Catholic radio being on in the car kind of helps them to, in a sense, passively introduce some things, and next thing you know, the other ones, joining the church, they're in RCIA, people have come back to the church. There are lots of great stories out there. So it's good to hear, some of those testimonies now and then. Now, I'm sure this is not related to Catholic radio, but one thing that I discovered along the way is that you're actually a convert. What's the story with that?
Yeah, I grew up Protestant. I grew up Protestant here in Oklahoma. And so I was kind of charismatic, Methodist, non-denominational. It's a blur out here. It's very much a blur. And so I don't really think I knew many Catholics growing up. Again, we're a very small part of the population. And so in my undergrad, I was studying theology at a Protestant university, and we were studying faith and reason. So the relationship between faith and reason. And this was at a time, if you remember, the militant atheists were really popular, Hitchens and Dawkins and things like this. And so reason was just empirical. Like, can you measure it? Can you put it in a beaker? Like, that's true reason. And then on the other side, some of the Protestant groups that I was raised in were what we would call fideistic, right? It's faith alone. So faith has to conquer the intellect. Like, stop asking questions. There's no philosophy. Don't think through this. Like, you just believe and power through. And so I was always uncomfortable with this, but I didn't have the answers. Again, going back to, like, if you don't have the grammar, it's hard to have the logic. And so I remember we read the opening of Pope John Paul II's Fiat et Ratio, right? That the faith and reason are two wings upon which the human spirit rises to God. And that was the first time in my life that someone had told me that faith and reason could be in harmony with one another. And so that was the original hook. It still took me like 4 years of searching, and Catholicism was very theoretical to me. And I ended up going to Ave Maria University for graduate work in theology, and came into the church at their little oratory the first year that I was there, and actually went in with the girl I was dating now, who's now my wife. We both entered the church at the same time. And she, during our undergrad, had been working for an orphanage in Haiti. And so what really drew her to the faith was the church understands how to treat a human being. The church understands how to actually go into a country and do proper missions that help start building up infrastructure to help a country rise out of poverty. And so that was like her hook. And so our conversations then kind of complemented one another as we kind of went through this journey together. And so, we entered the church at Ave Maria, and then I ended up going to law school back here in Tulsa. And our previous bishop, Bishop Slattery, hired me after the bar exam.
Mm.
And I have a very patient wife. And so while I was going through law school, I also joined the diaconate program because I'm somewhat younger for the permanent diaconate. I was ordained at 34, so our diocese is open to younger men joining a diaconate. And so I overlapped, I think, my first year of the diaconate program with my last year of law school because apparently I just enjoy punishment and my wife is very patient. And so, but it worked. And so then I was ordained. See, this is my third year, I think, in the diaconate. So, God's providence, looking forward or looking back at my life and thinking that, I would one day be serving as a lawyer in-house for a diocese, working with the bishop on a daily basis as a deacon. It's just, you have to have faith in God because you just really don't know what providence has in store.
Amen. That's right. You probably would joke around to say you didn't have that on your bingo card, did you?
I did not. No, not at all.
Nope. And that's the fun part about God's providence and his will for us in our lives. We just need to be obedient to that as we go through. I've been a deacon now for, it'll be 6.5 years. And so it's been marvelous. It's been a great thing for me. And this Catholic radio station was a key part of it, in terms of my story, learning the faith, and it kind of combines the thing. And I've always looked for work that I loved. There's so many things. I'm good at a lot of stuff and I can do things, but I didn't love it. And so this I love doing. I've not worked a day since I've joined and been a part of this, even though this is only part-time work. I wish it was full-time, but it's not. But in any event, last thing I want to wrap up with is something that was very interesting, which is Catholic education. And the diocese there formed a virtual school that is unique. And so why don't you tell the story about this?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So we have launched St. Isidore's. It is a Catholic charter school that is virtual. And so we are the first religious charter school in the country. And so if you're unfamiliar, right, the charter schools is basically when the state contracts out with a group and then the state pays that group then to run a school. So it is, a lot of times this has not been open to religious groups. And so we have very much, I think, with the blessing of the bishops and the Catholic community, come in and said, no, I mean, this is something that we can offer the state, right? The state has a right to contract with religious groups, and religious groups have a right to be open and available for those contracts and not to be precluded from them. And then we offer a significant benefit back to the state, right? We're educating children, particularly children in rural Oklahoma. Oklahoma is a very rural state. And so, for instance, for us, like we mainly have Tulsa and then a few cities that are around 30,000. And then you're going into small towns. The town that I live by is 2,500 people. And so we can bring Catholic education to no tuition at all to the families because it's covered by the state in a virtual way. And so we're bringing this like very significant benefit to the children and families in Oklahoma. And I'm very happy for our governor, very happy and grateful towards our superintendent of education for the state as well, who opened these doors for us. Unfortunately, not everyone's excited about this opportunity. So we are dealing with several lawsuits in which we're having to defend our right to actually participate in a program like this. But you can also look at it as the fact the state, particularly in Oklahoma, it's contracted out with the Baptists historically to run children's homes. The state has contracted out heavily with Catholic groups to run hospitals. 2/3 of our private hospitals here in Tulsa are ran by Catholics. Even though we're a small part of the population, we have a somewhat disproportionate institutional structure just because of our history and who came here. And so I think that we're very much leading the way by showing that we can help families in Oklahoma. And hopefully, as things rule in our favor, then we'll be able to not only help children here in Oklahoma, but then it's become a template for other places.
Wonderful. Yeah. When I looked into that, I saw that there was no tuition. I thought, how is that possible? What are they doing? How are they doing that? And then I kind of read into it a little bit more and saw that there's there's been opposition, and like you said, like earlier, it's like it's both from the left and the right, right?
It is. It's being, yeah, we're being sued by both the left and the right on separation of church and state grounds, just because I think people have a truncated understanding of how the church can partner with the state for the benefit of the residents in that state.
Mm.
And also, it's not just for Catholic kids. I mean, our St. Isidore's is fully open to non-Catholics as well, and obviously we welcome them to come and to be educated well and to learn about Jesus Christ. And so, no, I think there's a significant benefit that we can bring here, particularly to rural Oklahoma. We also have a special needs program, which I think then if like you're a special needs student and you're in rural Oklahoma, like this is going to be a whole new opportunity for you. And so, no, there's many good things here, but like, well, as we talked about earlier, you have to be spirited. And if you're going to do great in noble things, then you have to have the virtue of fortitude. And so, I'm just the lowly attorney, and I serve on the board as well. And so I'm mainly very grateful to our archbishop and to our local bishop here in Tulsa. We have two dioceses in Oklahoma who had the vision and also the fortitude to do this and to say, no, we should have a right to sit at the table and to help children.
Wonderful. Well, I tell you what, thank you. Good luck with that. And hopefully are you able, while these lawsuits are going on, are you able to hold the school year coming up?
Right now, as of us recording this, the answer is yes. And so we have 170 children who are enrolled. We plan to open in the fall. We do have a pending, we had a hearing, and so we have a pending ruling from our Oklahoma Supreme Court currently on whether or not we'll be able to operate while the litigation is playing out. So please keep us in your prayers as we try and kind of pioneer a real way, I think, to help families.
Yeah. Well, wonderful. Well, I want to thank you so much, Deacon Harrison Garlick, for joining us here for the Spring Spirit Drive. It's been a wonderful conversation. I really hope that a lot of people learn something new and can look into a little bit more about the virtues and acedia as we talked about here today. How can folks, follow you, get to know you a little bit more, and find some of your work?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So you can find me on X or Twitter. I'm on there under my own name, Deacon Harrison Garlick. And also Ascend the Great Books podcast is also on X. We have a website, thegreatbookspodcast.com. And we also have a YouTube page for Ascend the Great Books podcast. So any of those places would be a good place to start. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate you having me on.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, that's Deacon Harrison Garlick. He's the Chancellor in-house counsel at the Diocese of Tulsa in Eastern Oklahoma. We'll be back with more guests after this break. Thank you so much for listening to Holy Family Radio. Make sure you call 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can go online to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm and make your donation there today. We'll be back right after this. And now next here on the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, we've got a guest joining us who And now next here on the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, That's right. We are back here at Holy Family Radio. It's our Spring Spirit Drive here. Day 2 coming to a close. And it's been a wonderful journey talking to so many great guests here in studio and on the phone. And just want to encourage folks to continue to discern that you'd like to support this ministry. And if it's not going to be you, who is it going to be, right? You're listening right now. You might have family that should be listening perhaps, and maybe the best way to get them to listen is to help them understand that you like Catholic radio and you want to keep it going. So it's here for the foreseeable future. So the phone number to call is 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. So also go online to holyfamilyradio.fm. You can make your donation online with a credit card, one time or a recurring donation. However you want to do it, you can set it up. It doesn't have to be a credit card, by the way. It can be a bank draft, ACH transaction. However you want to do it, it's really easy to do. And so we encourage you to do it that way. Several folks have done that here today. And in fact, I want to acknowledge a number of donations that have come in. Since I think we announced it, we grabbed one more apostle. Thank you so much for your donation. That's someone who's donated at least $1,000 to Holy Family Radio. And we want to thank them so much for that. Another donation came in that was a match for the St. John's Outreach Group here in Glandorf. Thank you for that. Other parishioners from St. John, Saints Peter and Paul, St. Mary's in Leipzig, and so many folks. I mean, folks have walked in here, dropped off checks or cash. If you want to come by, absolutely. We're here till 6 o'clock today. We'll be here tomorrow, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. You are free to stop by. We're right here on Main Street in Glandorf at the Glandorf Parish Center. Our entrance is right off of Main Street. You can see us. Well, we're kind of far back from the road, but either way, you can see us from Main Street, and you can stop by and see this great facility that we have here to be able to host Holy Family Radio.
If
Now,
you know where the gym is,
yeah,
then it's just to the south of the gym.
that's right.
That's the way I describe it, because the first time I just tried to look for it from the street, I was like, where is it? Yeah. But just go south of the gym and you'll find us.
That's right around the corner if you're walking from the rectory or the church and from the gym. So I want to mention that the interview that we just had with Deacon Harrison Garlick, I hope you enjoyed that conversation that we had. What an impressive young man he is to be hired by the diocese right out of law school as a legal counsel for the diocese, and also ordained a permanent deacon as a young man, 34 years old, doing some great things, very intelligent young man. And we talked about acedia, because that's the thing that I kind of discovered him on Twitter and that he was talking about. Man, it really resonated with me. And I thought, yes, that does describe kind of what I feel personally. And I think what we can all kind of see in our culture today regarding kind of what's wrong. I mean, why are we in the condition that we're in some ways? How do we put our finger on it? And so there was a book that he recommended in our discussion called The Noonday Devil. It's about acedia, the unnamed evil of our times. It's by a French priest, Jean-Charles Knoll, OSB. He's an abbot of St. Wandril, and it's a recent book. It's called like I said, it's The Noonday Devil. I've got 4 copies to give away to the next 4 people who donate and request this book, to learn more about what acedia is and what we can do to combat it and everything it means to us personally and as a culture. It is an easy read. Sometimes these books, they can be kind of difficult to read. This is not one of those. Okay, and I can't recommend it highly enough. I'm probably about 100 and some pages in, and I can't wait to finish it. So the Noonday Devil book, that the next 4 donors who request it will get a free copy. We'll send that to you as you watch and listen throughout this Spirit Drive. So with that,
looks like a great book. I ran out of the studio and grabbed it while you were talking about it, Deacon Jeff.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's like I said, it's an easy read, and acedia is something that's not well known. That's why it's called the noonday devil, because at noon, the middle of the day, there's no shadows, so we don't fear that because there's nothing that's hiding in the dark. That's exactly where acedia goes. It goes where we're not expecting it to be, and it oppresses us in a different way than we might expect. Like it doesn't want to be discovered. But once you discover it, it can be quick to flee, but hard to root out. And so this book gives some great advice on how to do that.
It's hiding in plain sight.
Hiding in plain sight, sort of. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A little bit.
Yep. So anyhow, we'll have to read the book and find out.
Yeah, definitely. So be one of the next 4 callers. Right?
Yeah.
Is that how you set it up?
Yeah, I've got 4 copies to give away.
Yeah.
All you have to do is call and request it, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
But we prefer you to call and make a donation and request it. All right?
Right.
But either way, I've got 4 copies to give away because I think a lot of people can get some good out of it and then pass it around once you finish it.
Oh, yeah. That's a good reminder. Pass around those gems. Don't just hoard them. Pass them around and share the wisdom of so many of these great authors.
All right. So who's our next guest here?
I'm excited that we have a wonderful young woman to talk to here. Emma Colley has joined us, and Emma is going to be starting with Focus, Fellowship of Catholic University Students. Is that right, Emma? Yes, that's correct. She needs her microphone. There we go. All right, one more time. Is that what you're doing, Emma?
Yes, that is correct.
Awesome. So how did you first, why don't we back up a step? For anybody who doesn't know what Focus is, can you explain
or
a little
even
bit?
who you are?
Yeah.
So I'm from Ottawa. I actually went to St. Peter and Paul, and my parents, instilled in us that, it was important to have the faith. And when I went to college, I, was introduced to the Focus missionaries, and I had gotten invited with a Bible study, and, I didn't really get too involved. It probably wasn't until about 2 years ago that I really kind of entered in and started what they call as discipleship, which it's you meet up with about 2 to 3 people, and it's typically a missionary as they've gone through this formation, and you just work more on your prayer and just try to go to daily mass on top of Sunday mass, and adoration a couple times a week if you can make it. So that's kind of how I got started and to know what Focus was.
So some missionaries essentially were discipling you.
Yes, correct.
And bringing you along. And so what piqued your interest in getting involved in the organization beyond that?
So my one missionary, she really always pushed me and was inviting me to everything, and I told her no all the time. I had my sister at college with me, so I always wanted to be with her and do things with her. But when she graduated, it was just, I needed something else. I wanted, more friends and things. So I started going to more events and actually taking, the faith seriously. And she invited me into Focus has a program called Summer Projects. And I was set to go to that because she was going to be there. And unfortunately, I didn't get to go. But then the next year, I had signed up and I got involved with that, which then led me to be a missionary too. So it's all in the missionaries inviting you and constantly reaching out to you.
And so eventually you started to maybe picture yourself in that role as a Focus missionary.
Yeah, I did not want to do it at all. So at my time with Toledo, I had 4 different missionaries. And, they plant the seed, you should be a missionary. Why don't you just apply? And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. And then with Summer Projects, you get to go to mass every day, adoration every day, spiritual direction. And it's just this amazing community of young Catholics as well. And I just knew at one point, I'm in adoration. I'm like, this can't end here. I want to continue this somehow. And I want to bring it home for the people around me as well. So that's when it all started, because I actually discerned with 2 other mission programs, Seton Teaching Fellows and the culture project, but ultimately focus was more of, what I wanted to do. So.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I suspect that most people know, but maybe not. What do Focus Missionaries do? I mean, we sort of named what the organization was, but what do they do? How do they serve out their mission?
Yeah, so Focus goes obviously to the college campus. You have a month of training, and then when you get to campus, you lead Bible studies, you lead, like I said, the formation groups. You do outreach on campus a couple days a week, and you work closely with the Catholic Student Association that they already have, just trying to get people to come and hold different events. So like the women will do women's night and the men will do, men's night. They help with Toledo. We lead retreats, and that's more of the Catholic Student Association. So they're there for support for us, which is really nice to have them there to support us in that.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of invitation and just getting to know, the individual students and inviting them into a relationship involved in that, isn't there?
Yes, for sure.
So you start training soon for this?
Yes, I just found out last week I will be in Nebraska. The other location is in Florida. So we do a month-long extensive training, and we'll learn how to do lead the Bible studies. With my experience already, I know how to, but there's always so much more to learn and how to get more people to come and to learn more about leading the formation and things with the students.
So I would like to take a step back for a moment. The person you were when you started college to the person that you are now, I doubt if you recognized that person before. So what was key to that transformation? Sometimes it takes an encounter of some sort with God in some way, shape, or form that really helps to spur that on. Can you maybe tell us a story about that?
Yeah. So when you said that, it made me think of my first Seek experience. So Seek is a big event that Focus puts on for college students. And it was after the COVID year, so it was in Knoxville, Tennessee. It wasn't very big. And, at this time, I was going to my formation. I was showing up to Bible study. I just knew it was important, but I never knew if I really had that intimate relationship with the Lord. There was something there, but it just obviously wasn't like it is now. And my missionary, again, really, really pushed me to go. And so I went, and we were getting ready for confession, or it was adoration, and then they were talking about confession, and just a wave came over me. I can't even explain it, and I was like, I need to go to confession right now, and just tears. I remember looking at my book, and it was drenched in tears, and I just went to confession, and after that, I walked out, and I just had this smile on my face, and it was the most joy I've experienced ever. And I was like, this is what I want. I want more of this. I don't want to be the other person that I am. I want to be here with these amazing, young Catholics that are striving to be better. And that was one of the big conversion moments for me, that I realized that this is what I want in my life, and this is what I want to keep running towards.
So that provided the motivation, right? To say, I'm going to keep walking this path. And so I imagine that sometimes the Lord gives you lots of grace, gives you that big push, and everything feels great, and off you go. I'm gonna take over the world, right? But then that kind of wanes a little bit, and then talk about some of the struggles you've had along the way to get to where you're at now.
Yeah. So I have had a lot of physical issues. I've had a couple surgeries and things, and that's taken me down a lot, just because actually I've given a couple talks recently on suffering, and just if the Lord loves us so much, why are we suffering? Why are we going through the things that we're going through? And just a lot of anger in that, and just not trusting. And even after I've had, these great experiences, I was in Colorado this summer, and with the altitude, I was in a lot of pain, and it was days where I just was like, how am I going to get through this? And like, how do I trust in the Lord in this and understand that like this happens for a reason? So there's definitely been a lot of hard things, but there's just something about his mercy that's been able to keep bringing me back. And it took me, like I said, it's taken me a long time to understand it, and I still struggle to understand and still strive to be, the best version of myself. But just like thinking back on the moments where I see the graces that he has provided for me and the things that he's done in my life helps, pick me back up and get back on the right track again. So.
Yeah, we've talked about, I forget who we talked about it with. Sometimes it's those moments. Sometimes it takes looking back and seeing where it happens. In fact, I've talked about that with in some homilies, or at least like with marriage and stuff, to say, hey, you know what? Sometimes you have to look back to see where God was working in your life, because you don't notice it at the time, because you are in some pain. There is some suffering. Things aren't working well, but somehow you made it through. And that's when you can kind of see, yeah, you know what? I really did get some help there. So that I encourage people to do that, to look back at times, to reflect on some things, because that's not a common thing that a lot of us do, I don't think. At least not from a spiritual perspective.
Right,
Let's put it that way, right? 'Cause we tend to hold on to stuff we don't forget.
Yep.
Perhaps we should, or forgive. That's a lesson we could all use.
Yeah, absolutely, without a doubt. Have you encountered any challenges, Emma, in terms of any of your personal relationships, in people objecting to you exploring this, or relationships falling apart because they don't understand, if anything that you'd be willing to share along those lines?
I just remember when I had committed to going to summer projects, one of my really great friends was like, "Now, Emma, don't be going and getting all Catholic on me." And I'm like, but that's not, so that was really hard. And the cool thing about that now is this friend is like so supportive, and it's cool to see like the little bit of transformation in him as well. But I think the biggest thing is with family. When you hear a focus and you hear you're going on this mission and you have to fundraise your salary, it's like, okay, hold on, take it back. And my parents were not very thrilled with that at all. And praise the Lord, they are now. And it's really hard, because when you first hear about that too for yourself, you're like, okay, I don't know how I'm going to do it either, but I'm trusting that it's going to work out and it can be done. And, after I had talked with my parents, I just asked a lot of people, I'm like, can you please pray for my parents, because I am very nervous about this. And I didn't really want to talk with them about it either, because I didn't have the words. I just knew it was something that I was called to, and I didn't know how to express it so much because I was just scared what they were going to say. So definitely with that, but everyone was praying, for them. And then my sister was in a college friend wedding, and it just happened that the friend's sister was a Focus missionary.
Oh.
And they had talked at the wedding, and I think that helped. And I just remember when I called my mom and my dad and my sister, and I just remember calling them, and my dad said, Emma, I understand that we can't support you, and it's going to be okay. And if you want to do this, you can do it. And I hung up the phone and I called my friend that was a missionary, sobbing. I'm like, it's going to be okay. They said it's okay. And so there's definitely hoops that you have to jump through, but it always works out and is better in the end. So.
Yeah. So when you talk about this fundraising that you have to do, that's not an uncommon thing, because we talk about St. Paul's Outreach. They have to fundraise, and other folks do as well. What does that mean? I mean, how do you accomplish that? And how can people even support you?
Yeah. So when we go to training, we learn more about the fundraising. But basically just holding meetings with people and just asking them to support me in whatever way that they can. And we try to, it's a spirituality, and just we keep them updated on our mission, and, invite them into our mission as well, and just tell them, we'll be praying for you, and anytime like you need support in anything too, we're here to support you. So when I'm done with my training, then like I'll have a fundraising page on Focus's website, so you could go on right now and you can see all the missionaries, and you could pick one and you could donate to them right now, if you wanted to. So that'll start as soon as training's over and the end of June. So
Okay. So when you talk about training, is there such a thing as I know I hate to say it this way, but failing training? I mean, is this like still a discernment process where they're like say, "Oh, I'm sorry, Emma, I don't think you have it."
no. There's not. Because with the interview process, it's very extensive with talking with the missionary. You have to get, something from your priest at your school, from the team director at your school, another missionary. So there's a lot of people that they go through and talk to, and it's a whole weekend where you interview with a couple different people. So they put a lot into it.
Okay.
I don't know if that's ever happened. I don't think it would. They kind of say, you're in it, you're here, you're doing it. So
Right.
This is just phase one. Get
yeah,
ready. huh?
right,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
You're listening to Holy Family Radio's Spring Spirit Drive. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. I haven't heard the phone ring enough times that I
No.
think we could assume that the book has been gobbled up. We have 4 copies of The Noonday Devil that are yours for the asking. Simply call 888-287-0655 and ask for a copy of that book. It's a really easy read.
It is.
Deacon Jeff said, I'll let you speak to it because you're the one that's actually read it so far. But what I've heard about it and what I've paged through look fascinating.
Yeah, it's not a deep theological sort of book where you read a paragraph and have to close it and think about it or reread it, a couple times to get it. No, it's quite readable and easy to follow along. Lots of quotes from church fathers and others that kind of speak about the subject that they're talking about with Acedia, the Noonday Devil. So, very approachable book. So don't be intimidated by that fact. So it's the Noonday Devil. It's yours for the request by calling in at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. But I only have 4 copies to give away. I'm reserving one for myself to finish reading, and then I'll pass it on to somebody else. But 4 are up for grabs right now. You got a question for her now?
You go ahead.
I'll go ahead? All
yeah,
right.
yeah.
So once training is finished, do you get the chance to pick where you want to go, or do they kind of, as a missionary, most missionaries don't get to pick where they go, so they just get sent, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, I wish that would be the case, but that's part of accepting the position with Focus is that you accept you can go anywhere. They do try to talk with the missionaries and take into account what they heard with your interviews, but you can go to any campus where they have Focus. So.
Okay. And as a Focus missionary, is there I want to say, is this a 2-year commitment, 5-year commitment? Is there an expiration date based on your age or anything like that?
Yeah, so it's a 2-year commitment, and then if you want to go for 30 years, there's missionaries that have been doing this for 10 years,
Okay.
and they will be on campus for 5 years, if not a couple more, because then you can move on to be like a team director for your campus, and then maybe like a regional director, or just move up the ladder a little bit.
Okay, so I was going to ask a question about that, which is, do you have to be a student at that location, or is this like your job per se?
This is like my job.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So there's no guarantee you're going to go to, back where you were a student.
Nope.
For
And I don't
example.
think they like to do that. They like to send you somewhere else. So,
That makes sense.
yeah.
Now, you mentioned earlier Seek. So what is Seek? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So it's a big conference for young adults, and, anyone can go. It's a week long. There's lots of different speakers. They have a couple keynotes like Father Mike Schmitz, who some of you listening might recognize him. and they have, like I said, opportunities for confession while you're there. There's mass every day, and then they do a big adoration once throughout the week. And it's just an amazing opportunity to get to go. And this year would have been my third year going. It was in St. Louis, and this coming year it'll be in Utah, Salt Lake City.
So they move it all around, do they? They don't keep it in one location?
Yes, yep, they move it around.
And it's a large event, though,
Yes,
right? I mean,
yes.
we're talking thousands
Thousands of people, yes. Because I remember my first year going, watching the procession into Mass, and there's like 500 priests. And this year I brought three girls, sorry. And just I turned over the first Mass, and I'm watching them, and they're just like, wow, this is crazy. This many people, this many, priests and, coming to celebrate Mass together. So it's a really awesome experience.
Do they have themes? A lot of times conferences like that have themes. Do they have themes each year?
This year, I'm trying to remember. Last year, it was something along the lines of like, you are called. And this year might have been Be the Light. Can't quite remember, but yeah.
Yeah. Do you find things that you take away from a conference like that that's sort of impacted your spiritual life or any aspect of your life that you didn't? I mean, those can be mountaintop experiences.
Yeah.
To go to a conference like that, and sometimes then the mountain quickly disappears, and other times you're really able to take parts of it with you. What's that been like for you?
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely something that you slowly have to unravel the different graces that you received and go back and relook at the notes from this talk, because you hear up to 5 talks every day. So just trying to be as present during them, to take the notes. So when you go back and look and remember the things that, you've heard, it's because it's hard. It's across the board of all the different topics you can hear. And I still remember one of them that I went to, like my first Seek, and like I'll never forget that talk. But most of the other talks, it's kind of, you don't remember as much, but in the moment, there's a lot of truth that they're, speaking. And I do remember them when I'm, leading my Bible studies and things. I'll be like, oh, I do remember this. I heard this. This was at a talk at Seek, or I use that to go back, and you can rewatch them now. They have a Seek replay from this past year, so you can go back and re-listen to the talks and share with your family and things. So that's very helpful. I will show my Bible study every once in a while. If there's a topic we're talking about, I'll be like, oh, I went to a talk about that at Seek, and we'll listen to that video. So
that's nice. Yeah, you can tell that Emma's just done being a student, though, because she's talking about taking notes at something like that, and immediately I flash you, okay, well, I go to the adult conferences at Steubenville, and you don't see a lot of people taking notes. I mean, some do, but yeah, that's great that you do that, because it really is a way of active learning.
Right, yeah.
To do that, and you'll always be able to refer back to it.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've mentioned Bible study a couple of different times. Is that the primary tool that you use to engage students, in these things, or are there other sorts of similar or different activities that the missionaries utilize to try to engage students?
Yeah, so like they do outreach on campus a couple days, but I would say definitely the biggest thing and just more relationable is the Bible study. And then like through your Bible study, that's how you start your formation group, because formation is, a bit smaller, like I said, 2 to 3 with a missionary, or as you go on to the formation process. For me as a student, this past semester, and I'm still doing it now, even though I've graduated, I've started to lead girls in formation too, because the goal with, Bible study and then the formation, and then you lead those ladies to start a Bible study, and then they do the formation, and it's just a continuous process, like the little way of evangelization. So Bible study, I'd say, is the biggest thing, and then just different events that they hold at the church there.
Right,
They hold different like social events. Is that one of the way they draw in students?
Yes, for sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I see our next guest kind of walking up.
Oh, is our time running short with Emma already?
Oh, no, not yet. They're just here in plenty of time, I think. Oh, maybe not. Oh, that might be. Who knows?
Yeah.
In any event, I'm talking about things I shouldn't talk about right now anyhow. I don't know. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, 888-287-0655. It's 888-287-0655. I had the phone ring, so I don't know if one book has been claimed yet or not, but there's at least 3 more copies available to you. And obviously there are lots of opportunities for you to donate and become part of Holy Family Radio's family. Today, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Also, our website can be used, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm, to make your donation by credit card, debit card, just a bank draft, however you want to set it up, one time lump sum or over recurring monthly donation. That makes it really easy to give more by just giving a little bit each and every month. So I did have a question, and because I had to do all that, I forgot what my question was, but it was related to what you were talking about.
I'll
If you've got
jump
one,
in.
sure,
It'll give you a
absolutely.
chance to let the memory come back. You spoke about leaving for training, and I think you said training's about a month.
Yes.
Yeah. So here we are, April, and you're leaving when?
I have to report to training May 22nd.
May 22nd. Okay. So you have about a month of that. And then your assignment is based on the school year, of course, because you're placed in universities, right?
Correct. Yep.
So what do you do in the interim between the end of your training and when you start your assignment at whichever university they send you to?
So we use that time for our fundraising. So lots of meetings with people. And that's about kind of all I know right now. I'm sure there's other things that we'll be having to do, different formation groups. I'm sure weekly meetings with the team that I'll be with on campus. But since I'm a new hire, I'm not exactly sure everything. But
If we covered it, I missed it. What was your undergrad major in?
early childhood education.
Okay, all right. You did mention, I maybe think it was off the air, that it's all starting to blur for me too, Deacon Jeff, that you were subbing
Yes.
a little bit. So are you hoping then to, after your sort of term with Focus, to go into teaching then?
Yes, I would really like to. I always tell everyone it's my dream job to be a third grade teacher at SPPS. So
If anyone's listening from SPPS.
yeah. So definitely when I'm done, or whatever the Lord's calling me to when I'm done, maybe some type of ministry work. Not really sure, but
Yeah. And for anybody outside our immediate area, SPPS is St. Peter and Paul Catholic School in Ottawa, Ohio, where Emma attended.
yes.
Yeah. We didn't disclose on air, but Emma's actually a neighbor of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
She lives just down, or at least her parents do, huh? Not you for much longer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grown and flown, as we like to say. But
Right.
yeah.
I do remember my question now, so I can.
I
ask
knew
that.
you would.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So recently, you offered a retreat for young adults at St. Peter and Paul, and I think that was just a project of your own making, was it? Why don't you describe, why you did it and how that went?
Yeah. So my time at Toledo, we have a couple retreats that they do. They do a fall retreat for everyone, and then they do a women's and a men's retreat in the winter. And this year I got to actually be on the retreat team for that. And I remember talking with some of my friends as we're leading up to the retreat, and they really wanted to do something in our area. So it was a couple Putnam County people and a couple Mercer County people. We all kind of find each other at college. And I just told them we actually need to run with this and do it. So I actually got in contact with Teresa Landwehr, and I said, this is what we want to do. Could we do it here? And everything just came together. I talked with Diane Utrip, who's she coordinates the young adult Putnam County group. And yeah, we just went with it. We had meetings. It was all virtual, which was kind of tough because some of them were still, at school in Toledo, and some are at home. But we just knew this was something that we wanted to share and beyond Toledo. And, you know, sometimes the community, I feel like, is never our age. So we want to grow the young adult community, and it just turned out to be so well. We had 15 people come, and we kept it kind of similar to the retreats that we've gone to because it's what we know. And we focused on just God's love in different areas in our life, and kind of sending off, because we had a lot of college kids. You know, you're going to be leaving college here soon where you don't have the opportunities you do, and just helping them know the resources they have in their own communities and get involved in the summer when you're at home too.
Okay. So, by the way, we had a comment come in online here from someone that says, "God bless you, Emma, and your giving heart. Best of luck to you as you continue to grow in faith and share it with others." So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
That's fun to do. I'd be able to have the listeners, those who are watching, to be able to give some feedback and pass it on. So I encourage others who are watching, if you would like to make a comment, ask a question, you know, we'll be sure to pass it on and mention it while we're here on the air today.
Absolutely. Yeah. Get on YouTube or Facebook or X, watch the live stream, and the comments come straight to Deacon Jeff's computer over there, and he can see them pop up. And as you just heard, provide them right to the guest. Or if we miss a question, a great question that we haven't thought to ask the guest, you know, put that in there, and you can help be an interviewer as well. So don't hesitate to do that. You're listening to Holy Family Radio's Spring Spirit Drive. The number is 888-287-0655. If I'm reading the hand signals correctly, we've had 2 books claimed.
Yes, I think that's what that means. So
Yeah,
that's
and
good.
Two still remain then of the Noonday Devil. Yours for the asking if you give us a call at 888-287-0655. The book is all about acedia. What do we call that? A vice? What is it?
Yes,
it's a vice.
definitely,
Yeah. Okay. So a vice that I had never heard of until yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So check it out. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. We'd love if you could pledge when you call. Pledge your best gift. That is all we ask of you. And if your best gift is $5, that is fantastic. We are grateful for that.
Yeah.
If your best gift is $1,000, we are thankful for that. We're looking for new donors, so give us a call. Become a new member of the family, 888-287-0655.
That's right, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. So, Emma, we've kind of covered, I think, most of the bases, haven't we? Is there anything else that you'd like to maybe share, or any encouragement you might give to parents of a college age young adult, or young adults in general?
Yeah. I would say one thing, when I went to college, you know, I had my faith and I just knew it was important to go to church, but try and find something else at your Catholic community there, because there more than likely is something, and somebody who wants you to, you know, join their Bible study, whatever it is. Because after getting involved, I've just made so many new friends. And now here I am going to be a missionary. Like I said, I never would have thought it would be me doing that. So get involved. If you're scared, it's okay. I was definitely scared when I had to go to my first Bible study, and I thought I was going to be the worst person there. But when you go to a Bible study, nobody's perfect. And, you know, people just want to build relationships with you and just help you in your journey and lead you closer to Christ, as well as them getting closer to.
Amen. We're meant to be in community.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not meant to just go to mass. It's just super important, of course, but we're not meant to just go that and then, you know, keep all to ourselves. Where God designed us to be in community. So that's great advice. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
So with that, shall we wrap things up and get ready for the next hour?
Yeah, sounds good. Emma, thank you so much for coming in today.
Yes, thank
joining
you.
us. It is always, may not seem like a big deal to you, but we often hear feedback from listeners how much they appreciate all the guests, but especially get kind of a shot in the arm from younger guests. You know, knowing that the faith is still live and vibrant, and this generation is not lost. You know, there are people out there seeking to live their faith vibrantly. So thank you for being a witness to that, and thank you for sharing that with our listeners.
Thank you guys so much.
Well, we got one more comment to share that came in.
Do it.
It says, this person says, I have Emma to thank for bringing me closer to the Lord and asking me to join her at Seek. So, Emma, you have the kindest heart, and I admire your love for the Lord. You are my biggest inspiration.
Oh.
Oh,
That's so wonderful. Yeah.
yeah,
And
so
you know,
nice.
they say even like businesses and stuff, they have an algorithm almost of however many people actually comment or write,
yeah.
or you know, there's an exponential number of more that are thinking that and feeling that. So
Yep.
know that for those few comments that we've gotten, there's that many more that are edified by what you're doing and the example you're providing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So once again, thank you for coming. Appreciate your time, and good luck to you. Make sure you let us know where you end up.
Yes, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
All right. You are listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Make sure that you consider joining our family today at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We are going to take a break, and in the next hour, we're going to have some art contest winners joining us in the studio to talk about their artwork. We'll share that with you. And it's always fun to have the kids in here, some parents, maybe principal or two. It's always a lot of fun. It's one of the reasons why we do what we do. So with that, we're going to go to a break. Remember, tune in. Spring Spirit Drive 2024. On behalf of Kim Schrader, I'm Deacon Jeff. We'll talk to you after this break.
Welcome back, listeners. It is over halfway through.
We're almost done with today.
We're almost done with day 2 of the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, your Catholic radio station. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. 888-28. I'm having microphone trouble over here. He's laughing at me.
I am laughing because you're struggling.
I'm struggling. It keeps wanting to point away from me.
All right,
so-
here, I'll do it and you can fix it. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. I've got 2 copies of The Noonday Devil. Acedia, the unnamed demon of our time, is available yet to pick up by the next 2 people who donate and request it. If you don't want it, you can just say, I don't want it, let somebody else have it. But still, please call to make your donation at 888-287-0655 or online at holyfamilyradio.fm. By the way, if you do that, I guess I'll count those next 2 as, if you want that, even if you do it online, call us and let us know you want a copy of it, okay? Even if you make your donation online. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Are we okay and situated to put the camera back on you?
I think, well, you tell me if the audio is not good enough. You're the sound guru, but hopefully I have the microphone behaving enough now. So give us a call. We are looking for new donors. We're looking for 20 new donors this Spirit Drive.
Yeah.
I've lost track of where we're at on that, but we have plenty more. There are slots open. You can still claim a new donor spot.
We're at 6.
We're at 6. We're hoping for 20. So, how about you? How about you be one of those folks that gives us a call? Be a new donor, and you can claim one of the many books that we have as a thank you for your generous donation. There's no donation too small. Whatever speaks to you as the right amount, your best gift is fantastic. If you donate at least $100, you can claim one of the 8 books we have as a gift. And I'm sorry, you probably just said it, but I was so busy fighting with my microphone. Do we have any of the Noonday?
We have 2 left.
We still have 2 left. So we have 2 copies of the Noonday Devil left. If you want to claim one of those, this is about the sin of acedia. If you don't know what it is, call. And you can get the book and you can find out. So
great book.
book. Give that a shot. Okay, we are excited. This is one of our favorite things to do during the Spring Spirit Drive, and that is to welcome into the studio students who have participated in and won in the art contest that the radio station sponsors during Catholic Schools Week. So we have with us here today Sienna Langhouse, a 5th grader from St. Anthony's in Columbus Grove, right? Yes. And Sienna has won first place in the 4th through 6th grade division. Welcome, Sienna. Microphone, Deacon Jeff?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. So you won first place in this. Were you surprised?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you participated in the art contest in prior years?
Yes.
Okay. So the theme this year was baptism, correct?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the drawing that you submitted.
I did the words child of God in gold, and I shaded them, and I have a dove on the right side and a cup / chalice type thing with water pouring out of it.
With water pouring out of it. That's beautiful, like the living waters, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd you get the idea to do what kind of inspiration did you have when you were coming up with this idea?
Well, I was just thinking I knew I wanted to do the word child of God, and then I saw a picture that had a dove on it, so I wanted to do that, and then I realized I should probably have something else to do with baptism. So I added the chalice.
So the dove represents the Holy Spirit in your drawing?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Can you, we are live streaming for those of you who don't know, so maybe you could take this moment to pick up your drawing and point it towards the camera, and so that anybody that happens to be live streaming can see the beautiful job that Sienna did Child of God, it says. Deacon Jeff's going to
Let's
zoom
see if I
in
can zoom in some more. I'm not sure how
just
far
a little
I can
bit
zoom in.
more, but he's going to give that. So you're hanging steady. You're perfect where you have it there. That's great. And he's doing
Nope, that's all the further I can go.
as much as he can get. All right. Well, that's okay. It looks fantastic, and it's. I think it's a little hard to see on screen the dove that you have there, but that is penciled in kind of right next to the of, in between child and God there. So beautiful job you did there, Sienna. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What did you use in drawing that? It's hard to tell from over here across the table. Did you use markers or crayons or colored pencils?
I use color pencils, but for the shading, I use pencils.
That gives a little sort of shadowing effect a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're pretty good at art.
Mhm.
Yeah. Have you always enjoyed it, even since you were really little? Or
Yeah.
is it, yeah, okay. And when you were little, did you do it at home before you went to school then?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Did mom and dad encourage you to do that?
Kind of, sort of.
Maybe it was more your own inspiration coming out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like to sit down with your siblings or your friends and make art?
Sometimes I just like to be alone when I do it.
Sure. Yeah. That's a time for kind of quiet reflection, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And to really maybe get out onto paper what's inside your head, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's wonderful. What about doing art makes you happy?
I like when I look at a blank piece of paper and I just fill it with my drawings and then I color them in, and I like the way the paper just looks so alive and colorful.
Oh, that is so beautifully said. Yeah, very good. Very good. What else do you like to do for fun?
I like reading a lot.
That's a theme. That's a theme we're getting, because the last art contest winner that we had in here yesterday also likes to read a lot.
He said he had 500 AR points. Yeah, that was our reaction.
Yeah,
too.
that was ours too. Exactly. Big wide eyes for
Yeah, it's like 500.
yeah.
It's like, wow.
What
That's
sort
a
of
lot of reading.
Yes, it is. What sort of things do you like to read, Sienna?
I like reading fantasy, and I also like reading like saints that are on the run, and I like that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's wonderful. Now, some of our Catholic schools are blessed to have art teachers, and some of them do not have dedicated art teachers, and they have other, for instance, their classroom teacher teaches art. How does it work in your school?
We have an art teacher, and we switch classes to go to art, and then we do our art in her classroom.
Yeah, okay.
So what is her name?
Mrs. Hans.
Mrs. Hans, huh?
Okay.
Is it one of your favorite classes?
Yeah.
Yeah. What sort of projects does she have you do? Because there's lots of different types of things you can do. There's lots of crafty things that generates art. What are some of the things that you've done?
Well, right now we're doing something with like recycled paper, and we're making a sea of fish, and we do stuff like that's recycled, and we also do a lot of stuff that involves God and stuff.
So do you like being at a Catholic school and have that opportunity?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favorite part about being at St. Anthony's?
I like social studies. I like going to Mass on Fridays. I like religion and art class. I like doing stuff with my teachers and my friends, and it's just fun.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, very nice indeed. We're blessed to also have Sienna's mom with us. Should I call you Pat, Mrs. Langhals? Okay. So Pat, these things rarely just spring out of nowhere. Usually, art is a little fostered in the home. Can you tell us at all, or was it just sort of out of left field that Sienna has this talent?
Well, she comes from a large family, and her older siblings, I think some of them were in art. My older kids were homeschooled for a while, And because of that, we would go to homeschool art classes. And I think that's really where they fell in love with that. At St. Anthony's, Mrs. Hans does a art club once a month, approximately, or
Something like that.
and so she'll stay after school to participate in that with other kids. So I think that is another way that the school fosters that. So I think between a combination of all of that, that's where she enjoys it.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Do you find that several? I think you mentioned off air you've got 10. Yeah.
Yes.
So do you find that several of your children enjoy doing art, or is she kind of like your artsy girl?
I would say she's one of several.
It's one of several,
I
yeah.
like to kind of piddle around with artsy, craftsy projects and stuff, and that kind of has trickled down to some of my other kids. And when we have time, we like to do little projects and things like that. And so, yeah, it's been fun.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Well, she wouldn't be here, I'm sure, without the wonderful guidance that you've given her and started her out with. So thank you so much for that. That's wonderful. What do you like to do with your friends, Sienna?
I like we talk a lot and we have fun and we just walk around talking and having fun. So
Just plain old hanging out, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Girlfriends are great for that, aren't they?
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in front of you right there is one of the art folders from last year. So if you want to kind of grab that and look at that. I don't know, did they pass those out yet this year?
Yes, they did.
Okay, that's what I thought. So your artwork is going to be on the front cover of our next folder. What do you think about that?
I'm excited.
Yeah.
And your name, not your last name, but yeah.
Yeah, and your name on there. So you should be very proud of that fact. And can you guess how many entries we get for this?
Maybe 300.
300 is a pretty good guess. I think that's a really good guess, actually. Yeah. So, yeah, altogether, the stack is about this tall. And I don't get involved with it, but our board does. And they spread all these out on the tables through here, and they go through, and they pick them out, and yours rose to the top. So, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell by that big smile on your face.
Yeah. Well, you've got a couple more years that you could still be entering in this contest, not only in the current division of 4 through 6, since you're a 5th grader, but also then in the 7th and 8th grade. So do you think you'll keep entering this contest?
Yes.
Yeah. No, that was an enthusiastic, no delay, I'm in moment right there.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's wonderful. What do you have planned for the rest of your day after you get done with your first ever radio appearance?
I'm gonna go to my brother's track meet, and then we're probably gonna have some type of supper, and then probably go home or something.
Yeah. When Mom finds the time to make supper, right after a long track meet, because track meets can be long.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
they can. Yeah. Do you like to run?
No.
No, not at all. That's not. That's I'm the artsy one, Kim, right?
Yeah, I'm with you there. I don't like to run either.
Yeah, neither do I, actually. Yeah, so I get that. A little crazy to watch your siblings do that, I bet.
A little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your mom made a passing mention about one of your siblings getting their license soon. Will this be the first brother or sister to get a license?
No.
Driver's license? No.
No.
Okay. But still, what, the second, third? What are we?
The number 7.
Number 7. Okay, so you guys are lower in the
Right.
lineup, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trez is the youngest. Sienna is the second
The
youngest.
second youngest. Okay, so you're used to having brothers and sisters drive you around. I was going to ask you, what do you think about having brother and sister drive you around? But that's just old news to you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Very
So,
nice.
Anything else you want to share with us before we let you go and get you off the hook, so to speak?
No.
No?
Was it scary talking to us?
A little, but now not really.
That's good.
That's good.
A little easier now. We get used to it, huh?
Yeah.
You're an old pro. Before you know it, you're going to be sitting over here in my chair and, co-hosting for 33 hours of live radio. How does that sound? Not so sure.
Sounds like a lot, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, you did very well.
You did very well. Yeah.
Yes.
So thank you for coming in today. Thank you to your mom and your sister for coming in. And I want to also mention your principal was planning on coming over. So I just want to say thank you to her for having St. Anthony's participate in our art contest each year. And she's always excited. She always wants to be here to talk about Catholic schools in St. Anthony, but she's not here today, unfortunately. But I just wanted to mention that. So once again, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Congratulations again for winning the 4th through 6th grade division for our art contest this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So with that, we've got some more folks that we got to talk to.
Yes, we do.
They're
Okay.
waiting out there.
Okay.
So now is your time to call while we kind of switch things up for our guests here in the studio. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I don't think the phone rang to let us know that somebody else has picked up another copy of the Noonday Devil book that is about acedia, and it's related to, highly recommended by Deacon Harrison Garlick in our talk earlier today that we had on here. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. HolyFamilyRadio.fm is the website to go to donate. We shall be back with our next art contest winner after we go to this break. I need to pick one out, and we'll pick that one, and off we go. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. We'll be back after this. And now we're back here in the studio at Holy Family Radio.
Wash me
These ladies have a track meet.
like.
Oh, good. Art contest winners here on the Spirit Drive. Make sure that you give us a call, 888-287. As you know, Yes, we are now back live here at the Spring Spirit Drive here. Deacon Jeff Compton along with Kim Schrader, your host for this this drive, this fundraising drive, just the one time a year, thankfully, probably from your perspective, that we have to come on the air and to ask for you for your help. Your help in continuing this ministry and asking you for your financial support. So many have been generous to us over the years. You know, we're celebrating 14 years this coming August, and that has not been possible, would not be possible without your support. We're 100% listener supported, so we could use your help today. It's been a fairly slow day, but we do have a couple more apostles. Today we now have a total of 7, so we're more than halfway to our goal of 12. We do have a ways to go to meet our new donor and new recurring donors goals that we've set, and we're getting close to closing out our 10th hour here today of live radio. So we're asking you now to help support us in this mission that is Catholic Radio, this vital work of evangelization and catechesis to teach, educate, and inspire those who need it most with the fullness of the gospel and clarity and charity here on Holy Family Radio. The phone number to call is 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. One more time, 888-287-0655. You can also go online to holyfamilyradio.fm. We've had a few people make their donations that way. Thank you so much for that. And remember, you can use that anytime. You can do that any time of the day. So if you're on your way home from work and you get home, you can at home kind of make yourself a note or an alarm or reminder to go online and to make that donation. A number of folks decide to do that, by the way, because they're unable to during the business day, work day, and we'll take it any way we can. I believe we still have at least one copy of the Noonday Devil, which is a book about the sin, the vice of acedia, and it's not well known. You might think, what the heck is acedia? And a lot of people think, if you look it up, it talks about laziness or sloth of a spiritual nature, and it kind of is that, but it's much more deep and much more insidious than that. And that's all I'll say for now to pique your interest. I highly recommend that you check out our interview that we had with Deacon Harrison Garlick earlier today that we played. We're going to post that on our YouTube channel for you to check out and listen to. And he recommends that book, The Noonday Devil, Acedia, the Unnamed Evil of Our Times. If you're watching on our live stream, you can see it on the screen right there. It's by Jean-Charles Noll. I'm not sure how you say it. He's French. It's a French priest. And very approachable, easy to read book that will talk all about acedia. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. So what do you think, Kim? What should we do now?
Well, I know we're looking for new donors,
Yes.
so hopefully we'll get some new donors calling in.
Yes.
We're hoping to get 20 this Spirit Drive, and I believe so far we have 6.
We have 6.
So lots of opportunity for you to be a new donor. If you're a new donor, and if you donate over $100, we have a series of books that you could choose from as a thank you gift. Would you like me to go over what some of those books are?
Let's do that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Got to grab the book.
Yes, got to grab the book. Sorry for the delay there and whacking the microphone on the way back. We have the book He Leadeth Me, which is the biography of Walter Chiswick, a priest who was captured by the Russian army during World War II and convicted of being a Vatican spy and spent 23 years in Soviet prisons and labor camps. And if it rings a bell to you at all, you may have heard of it from other sources. I know Hallow ran a series on it in their Catholic prayer app on Father Chiswick. So that book is available. Donate over $100 as a new donor, and you can claim that book. We also have No Turning Back, A Witness to Mercy by Father Donald Calloway. And he was quite the rebel in his youth. And so he has a really extraordinary story to tell of that and how God turned his life around. And I think he's a Marian priest. Yes. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it's MIC, so I think it's Marians of Immaculate Conception. Or
something like that. Yeah, there's some great pictures in here. In flipping through it, you definitely can see how he was a bit of a wild child in his youth.
Yeah, he was into drugs. He was a surfer dude. He was arrested and imprisoned, and so his story is a story of hope. And a lot of us think that many times our children are lost and wandering around, and you might think that there's not much hope for them. Well, just like Saint Monica thought that there was no hope for Saint Augustine, and she prayed for him, and he became probably the greatest thinker of Western civilization. So, I mean, that's a really tall order, but the story is still the same. The fact that we should always pray for our children, and we never know how things will turn out for them. His is a story of hope and inspiration that we can take with us to consider the fact that anything can happen, and he's written many books, a very popular guy. So don't give up hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we have the story of the Carlos Acutis, I think is how his name is pronounced.
Yep.
The first millennial saint. His cause for sainthood has been opened. He lived quite a holy life as a young man, and then died tragically at the age of 15. So it's a short read. If you're online, you can tell it's a thin book. So a quick read. You can claim that if you are $100 or over new donor.
That's right.
Give us a call at 888-287-0655 to claim that book. Go ahead, Deacon Jeff.
Well, I was going to say that if you donate at least $250, you get your choice of 3 of these books.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting to mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, do that, right? Do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then we have 2 books, different authors, different approaches, but 2 books dealing with the Rwandan genocide,
Right.
both stories of hope and inspiration. The first one by Immaculée Ilibagiza. I'm so sorry, Immaculée, that I butcher your name. I'm good with some languages, but obviously not good with this one. Anyway, it's her story of surviving the Rwandan genocide, hiding out in a crowded bathroom with, 7 other starving women for 91 days.
91 days in a sweat box.
Yeah.
Hot box.
Yeah, in Africa.
Africa.
Yeah, it's going to be hot there. Yeah.
Yes.
And then Our Lady of Kibeho is about a Marian apparition predicting the genocide in Rwanda, and she appeared to some children there and gave some warnings about that forthcoming genocide. So I keep meaning to page through that during our breaks to get an idea, because it looks really interesting. Then we have a devotional book, An Hour with Jesus. And this is, if you're Catholic, you know that likely refers to adoration, and that is, in fact, what it is for. A great book of prayers and reflections for time spent before the Blessed Sacrament. Also, and Deacon Jeff mentioned it's spiral bound, so very easy to take along and open up while you're in adoration. Next, we have What Nobody Ever Told Us, a guide to getting more out of the Catholic Mass by Philip Smith. Right there. And this is a great, we've had him on before.
Yes, we have.
Yes. He is a Catholic priest in the Diocese of Toledo. And he wrote this book about, things you never understood or, recalled all the way back. Maybe if they told us in second grade, maybe we've forgotten, kind of thing. So a great guide to getting more out of the Mass and really enjoying that. And then finally, we have a children's book. So if you are a parent or a grandparent and looking for something that you can share with your children, we have The Real Presence by Claudia Cangilla McAdam and illustrated by Gina Capaldi. I hope I'm saying all those names correctly.
I can't help you. I can't see it. So.
Yeah, sorry. So here's that book. And maybe you can tell then if you're looking on screen that the real presence, meaning presence, Presents, as in gifts, has been crossed out, and presence, as in the presence of Jesus in the Eucharist, has been written over top of it. So obviously a great children's book about the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. Any of these books are yours for a new donor to claim for a donation over $100 or for any donor over, is it $300?
$250 or $20 a month.
Yeah, $250 or $20 a month. You could claim 3 of those books. Give us a call and claim those. 888-287-0655. We've had some new donors. 6 of them, but we're not aware that any of the books have been claimed by the donors. So you still
That's
have
right.
that opportunity. Hey, if you were one of those 6 and I'm going to go out on a limb. If you were one of those 6 new donors and you meant to claim and you didn't, go ahead and give us a call and claim one of those books if you qualify for that over $100 threshold. 888-287-0655 is the number. Give us a call to pledge your best gift in support of your Catholic radio station, because that's what this is. It's not ours. It's not a specific parishes. It's not the diocese. It's your Catholic radio station, here to edify you in your faith, here to evangelize, here to spread the truth and beauty of the Catholic faith with love and charity. Give us a call and make your donation, 888-287-0655, or go online to holyfamilyradio.fm and tap that little donate button right there. And you can also do that through the Holy Family Radio app. There's a couple different, we haven't mentioned this in a while, but there are a couple different Holy Family Radio stations out there.
Yes.
So look for the one that is a red heart with the Holy Family inside of it.
Yep.
And you will
Our
know you
logo.
have found the right one. That is us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And actually, I want to mention this is not an option this year, but we're trying to get it. A lot of people use Venmo nowadays, right?
Yes.
It's an easy way to do it. So we're working on getting a Venmo account for Holy Family Radio to make it really, really, really easy to donate to Holy Family Radio, because a lot of people choose that option because oh yeah, let me Venmo you money, right?
Yeah.
It's easier than a card, a credit card or anything like that. So we're working on that because we do want to make it easy for you to be able to support this ministry at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We've got a number of folks that have walked into the studio here. Remember, the studio is open for you to come and visit and take a look and drop off a donation if that's what you would like to do. And like we mentioned, this is the time that we reserve for art contest winners to come in and talk about their artworks and to kind of promote the Catholic schools in our listening area. And so with that, we're going to go to a break so that we can bring some of these folks into the studio so we can talk to them. So if you can, call right now, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You are listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio.
Yes, and welcome back. We are nearing the very end of day 2, but it's getting exciting around here in the studio. We'll tell you why in a moment. But why don't you take that brief moment between now and then to give us a call at 888-287-0655. That is the phone number to call to pledge your support to keep Catholic Radio on the air. Hey, if you're a listener on 94.9, you know that we actually went off the air a couple of times in the last month or two. That's why we need listener support. There were repairs that needed to be made, changes that, upgrades that needed to happen, things like that. And, if you were like me, you were kind of like, where did my radio signal go? So don't let that happen in terms of the signal going quiet for a long period of time, or heaven forbid, indefinitely. We do exist solely off listener support. That's why this is the one time per year that we interrupt your regular programming and ask you to partner with us, ask you to be part of the family of Holy Family Radio. We can't do it without you. We're 100% listener supported. Listeners and underwriters are the lifeblood of this ministry. Give us a call, 888-287-0655, or go online to holyfamilyradio.fm and make your donation there. You can also go to the Holy Family Radio app and donate through that. We are excited because it is art contest hour here at the studio. And we, as you know, as we've talked about on and off for the last 2 days, we have an art contest that Holy Family Radio sponsors during Catholic Schools Week at all the area Catholic schools. And there are 3 different divisions, K through 3, 4 through 6, and 7 through 8. And we have a lot of fun in the final hour of our Radiothon, Spring Spirit Drive. I still call it Radiothon, Deacon Jeff.
There's a temptation to do that.
It's just falls off the tongue so easily. But during our Spirit Drive, we like to spend the last hour every day talking to some of those art contest winners. And so without further ado, we are really pleased to welcome in studio live Emma Peaster. She is the runner-up in the 4 through K division of the art contest this year. Welcome, Emma. Can you say hello?
Hello.
Oh, we're so glad to have you here. Make sure you stay close enough to the mic that we can pick up your voice when you're talking, okay?
That was good.
Yeah, okay, excellent. So, Emma, the theme this year for the art contest was baptism, wasn't it?
Yes.
So what ideas did you have for what you wanted to convey in your art entry?
I wanted to make sure that I had like the baptismal font and the cross, because those are like 2 very big things about like baptism.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. So how did you go about displaying that or representing that in your entry?
Right in the middle of it, I put the baptismal font and the cross kind of like coming out of it with like rays around it.
Yeah, almost splashes or rays of light or joy. It almost looks like to me from over here. Yeah. What kind of colors did you use?
I stuck with gold for the baptismal font. And like there's a lot of like pink, and I put some purple and on there too.
And I'm looking from across the table, but do you have a dove or something pictured in there as well?
Yeah, there's a dove on the top left corner, and I made it like sort of like a little bit grayer than doves would be, so it wouldn't look so like dull with the white, all like some pictures sometimes do with the doves.
Oh, very nice. That was very thoughtful of you to take that approach. Yeah, there's even a color sometimes, you see like when you get paint swatches called Dove Gray. So you picked right up on that instinctively. That's very good. Very good. Can you pick up your picture for those that might be watching on live streams, whether that's YouTube or Facebook or X? Yeah, point it right at the camera. Great job. Look at how vibrant and colorful that really catches the eye. Yeah.
That certainly is the most colorful one that we picked out as one of our winners here in this contest. So
yeah,
we like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be proud. You really made a beautiful representation of baptism. Now I see in the bottom left corner, is that a Bible that's intended to be represented there?
Yeah, it's a Bible.
And it looks like it has a cross on it as well. So, and then you've written Holy Baptism along the side there as well in a nice gray color. Yeah.
Well, actually, I made it like really light purple.
Yeah. Well, that's my vision probably fading, or we'll blame it on the lights in here, Deacon Jeff, won't we?
Yes. Let's do
Yes, let's do that. I like that much better than my 56-year-old eyes. So that's great. You can put that down. Thank you for sharing that with those that are watching over our streaming services. So, do you like to do art? Was this just sort of like, wow, a random assignment in class one day and it worked well, or has art always been something that you've enjoyed?
Ever since I assume first or second grade, I've been really into art, especially painting things.
Okay. Well, now that reminds me, that's a good question. Did you use paint for that? Crayon, pencils? What did you use?
I used colored pencils and marker for the background.
Okay, yeah. Maybe that's part of what made it really stand out as so vibrant, because sometimes those markers can really give a nice bold color, can't they? So do you have some collection of some of your works at home?
Yeah, in my room you can see just random paintings. I've just painted some days all along the walls. So
what are your favorite things to paint?
Abstract art. So
okay, so for somebody like me that doesn't know anything about art, please forgive me, art teacher in the room. What does abstract art mean?
It's like art that there isn't really a feel to it. You kind of just follow the stroke of your brush and stuff, and people can see whatever they want to see in it.
Okay. Okay, very nice. So almost more modern, I would think of it. Not picturing any specific thing, or not doing a portrait of something or a landscape, but it sounds very creative. Yes. We can't hear you nod. We're not making fun of you, Emma. Not at all, truly. Just making sure that the listeners understand what your response is. I had a question right on the tip of my tongue, and it disappeared on me.
Oh, no.
Do you have one, or should I fumble? Well, let me ask you this. You brought a couple siblings along with you, or maybe they were brought against their will. We won't ask. But are you sort of the artsy one in the family, the only one that really is into art, or do some of your siblings enjoy it as well?
My sister enjoys drawing, but my brother kind of strays away from it.
Okay, that's not his thing. He's got other things. That's okay. Yeah.
And that's him standing in the background, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's here supporting you, and that's awesome.
That's right.
Yeah. And where do you fall in the lineup of the siblings there? Oldest, middle, youngest?
I'm the middle child.
You're the middle child. All right. Middle child rocks, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Not the experimental first child, not the spoiled youngest one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Definitely. So what else do you like to do besides art, Emma?
I enjoy reading and acting. I've been in, I think, 3 different plays.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Are you talking Putnam County Children's Theater? Or?
Well, 2 Putnam County Children's Little Theater, and there was one that my school made that we did in the church on Christmas, I think.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I did a lot of that when I was your age too, so I can identify with the love of the theater. It's a lot of fun, and over time it gives you a lot of confidence too, to feel comfortable standing up in front of people when you have to do that. Yeah.
Or sitting in front of a microphone on the radio.
That's true.
Or live stream, right?
That's maybe part of the reason why Deacon Jeff was able to twist my arm and come in here. Who knows? So it might be you sitting here someday. Don't knock it out of possibility. Yeah. So you attend St. Anthony's? Did we even?
No,
yeah,
not
St. Anthony's, St. Mary's. I'm sorry. It's late in the day. Forgive me. You attend St. Mary's in Lipsick. What do you like about going to school there?
I like my teachers. They're very nice to me.
Two of them are in the room, so you definitely are a bright young lady to be able to give that answer. We like that. So that is an excellent pivot. I'd like to turn to Mrs. Cochran. Is she your regular classroom teacher or just your religion teacher?
She is the homeroom. She's the one with like the spelling, the language arts, as well as the religion.
Okay, so you have her for homeroom, and in this case, religion in particular, because your school distributed this assignment through religion.
Yes.
Correct. So tell us a little about that. What sort of instruction did you give the children, Mrs. I didn't even introduce who you are. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Cochran.
Yeah.
Yes, the religion teacher for grades 5 through 8, as well as some homeroom and language arts. Okay.
Language arts and reading and spelling. Yep. So I honestly just said, hey, you're going to do this assignment and you're going to draw a picture of baptism and make it very colorful and make it different and make it unique. Mm-hmm. And that's all I really said. And so they came up with their awesome ideas. They are using a lot more creativity because of our art teacher.
Is that a recent change? You said a lot more creativity. Is that something
Well, I
new?
taught art last year, and I was not good at it, so she took over.
So that's
I
why
was
they
happy-
hired an art teacher.
I was happy to let her have the art.
Okay.
And she was rocking at it.
Excellent. And so you saw, well, I mean, we're joking, but in all truth, you saw a change and an increase in the creativity of the students.
Sure, yeah, they're pretty more creative than they were before.
That is wonderful. Did the kids engage in any discussion, or were they all kind of working quietly? How did that work in your classroom?
There's no quiet. There's not a lot of quiet in our classroom. There's usually our religious music hanging out in our background and coloring and chit-chatting and
Did it seem like they were drawing inspiration from one another a little bit in any of the discussion?
I did hear that somebody used a wonderful idea that Emma had for theirs.
Was that okay with you, Emma, or did you feel like that was plagiarism and they were stealing your idea?
I felt like it was plagiarism because I thought that I asked them if they were copying me, and they were like, no.
In a suspicious no, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see how the Holy Spirit worked. You rose to the top. So it worked out well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we also have Mom and Dad in studio with us today. We have Mom Sarah and Dad Doug. You're having to share the microphone there, so that kind of means that Mom will have to stand up and Dad will have to bend down if you want to respond to us, because we won't pick you up very well from where you're currently away from the microphone. But tell us a little bit about the sort of art activities that you saw in Emma up to this point in her childhood.
Emma draws all the time. We barely have any paper in our house that doesn't have drawing from Emma on it. For every birthday, for every Christmas, everything, she always asks her godparents for art supplies. So we have lots of paint, we have lots of drawing paper, we have lots of colored pencils and brushes and all kinds of things at our house. And anything you see that's artsy in our house was probably done by Emma.
Okay. All right.
Just to add on to that, she has like probably 6 or 7, maybe 8 sketchbooks that are all full already, and she still uses more paper. She uses printer paper too. I'm like, stop using printer paper. That's the printer paper for our printer.
Dad, you're squelching my creative genius, she's thinking, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, you guys have obviously done something right in terms of encouraging the artistic and creative side of your children to see her that prolific with her art at really such a young age. That's a beautiful testament to the environment that you've created for your children.
We've always been pretty open to her doing art projects at our house, but she also goes to Grandma's a lot, and Grandma helps her with art projects too. So she gets a lot of inspiration from Grandma.
Yeah, is Grandma? I take it she's very much into art. That's something you have a special bond with Grandma over. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah. Does she live nearby, real close?
She used to not. Well, I'm not very good with like direction and stuff, so
She goes.
Can you walk
She's
there?
in Miller City.
Oh, you have.
We're
to
in
be
Lipstick,
driven
and
there.
she's in Miller City, so it's not far.
Yeah, but you have to be driven there. It's not.
yeah.
I'm really lucky because we have our kids' grandparents across the street, so I have to ask those questions. Yeah, are we talking walking out the door, or are we talking jumping in the car?
I mean, one of my grandparents lives like half a mile away, but like they aren't as artsy as I am, so.
Okay. Do you imagine continuing with art as you get into, say, for example, I mean, it's a ways off yet, but maybe like in high school and stuff, do you want to really pursue art classes in high school?
Yeah, and I am already thinking about going to art school once I'm done with high school, so.
Oh, wow. See, you're even further down the road. That's fantastic. So
Well, maybe this win has been inspiration and confirmation for you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
As well it should be. You
Yes.
definitely have some wonderful talent, and you should be proud of that, as should your parents and your teacher and your art teacher and all of your fan club that you brought along with you. Well, all right. Is there anything else you would like to share with us?
Not really.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you have done a wonderful job. We appreciate you coming in, and you did a great job explaining it and explaining where you get some of your inspiration from and some of the talents that the good Lord has given you. So thank you so much, Emma, for joining us today. That is Emma Peaster, a 6th grader from St. Mary's in Leipzig. She was the runner-up in the 4th through 6th division in our art contest this year.
So congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. All right. You are listening to Holy Family Radio's Spring Spirit Drive. We're going to go to break briefly because we have another art contest winner in studio with his family. So we're going to say goodbye here to the Peasters and change out our guests in studio so you can hear from the next art contest winner. Break is always a great time to give us a call, 888-287-06 back, listeners, to the final 20 minutes of day 2 of your Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. That number to call is 888-287-0655. I think, Deacon Jeff, we have had all of our Noonday Devil books claimed, have we not?
Yes, we have. Yes, all 4 copies.
Yeah, so we've had all of those claimed, but you still have an opportunity to claim one of the 8 books left as gifts or donated as gifts to new donors. So why not be a new donor? Give us a call at 888-287-0655. You thought I forgot the number.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
You gave me that look like she's forgotten it.
Yes. We've said it so many times, but,
yeah.
It's
I'm
possible.
going nice and slow so our listeners can follow along.
That's why I have you along as a co-host, because you are so diligent and good at your job.
Oh, boy. It's getting silly in here for sure. 888-287-0655. Give us a call. You'll want to make that call right now because you're not going to want to miss the final guest we have on day 2. It is Art Contest Hour here at our studios, and live in studio we have Dash Constein. Am I saying that right? Oh, I'm getting thumbs up. All right. Dash Constein, a 3rd grader from St. Peter's in Upper Sandusky. And, I don't have written down, was he our first place winner or runner-up? Okay, no. First place winner in the K-3 division. Well done, Dash. Thank you for coming in today. Can you say hello to the listening audience? Hello. We're so glad to have you here. Deacon Jeff just turned your mic on. They didn't hear it. Would you give us one more hello?
Hello.
Okay. See, even he gets nervous. Yeah, and he's been doing this for a while, so... Yeah. It's nothing. Dash, would you tell us, our theme this year for the art contest was baptism. You have a very detailed drawing over there, and so I would really appreciate it if you would describe for our listeners what you put in your drawing.
In the center, I have a baptism pool, and there's someone being baptized, and over that is God watching over the baptism, and an angel on the side, and everything he created on the bottom, and Mary and the dove. And there's the crucifixion in the center on the bottom, and light, and the water, and the candle that represents light, and the water that represents holiness.
Oh, that's just beautiful. And then up top on the picture there, did you already say what you have up top?
Yeah.
You did. Okay. I'm sorry. I was focusing on a few other things, which happens. We mess up sometimes over here. Now, what are some of the different colors that you used?
Mostly reds and blues and a lot of yellow.
Okay. Did you use crayons or colored pencils or markers? What sort of medium did you use?
Just colored pencils.
Colored pencils. All right. Could you hold that up towards the camera that we pointed out to you before we started? Oh, perfect. Mm-hmm. You're a pro. I don't believe this is your first radio appearance. Yeah, I don't believe it. Look at how lovely that is if you're streaming online. What detailed work and what spiritual imagery he's really created there.
Yeah, I remember when the board picked that, and I was looking at it, and the more I looked at it, the more I saw in there, all the different little symbols and everything else that was put in there. I was just like, wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
So kudos to you.
Yeah. So you can put that down now, Dash. Thank you. Who is your art teacher?
Well, my grandma / teacher.
Your grandma is your teacher and your art teacher, huh? Mm-hmm. So we have Grandma in studio with us, and she said I should just call her Cindy.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because sometimes I like to use Mrs., but Cindy's okay. All right. So we have Cindy, Grandma teacher, with us here in studio. Thank you for joining us. What sort of instruction did you give the kids when you passed out this assignment?
Basically, we just passed it out, and it was up to them to do it at home. And his family, his mom, is very good at drawing. And God has given him a real gift of art. He just really likes it. Mm-hmm. He's drawn since he was really tiny, and he just keeps getting better and better.
That is obvious that he has a real natural talent for it. Now that's really interesting. You caught my interest there because so far, all the art contest winners that we have spoken with, they've done it as an in-class assignment, and they had other, students sort of talking to each other. And so this is a unique perspective that is wonderful. This is neither right nor wrong. It's wonderful that it's different. So these students got to go home and take it into the home and work on it there. Where'd you get your ideas from, Dash?
I don't know. They just came up. I just thought of what's all in the Bible and all the things and how he created it and what he did with it.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. You really thought of some wonderful imagery there. Yeah. Now, Mom's right next to you, giving you some moral support there, but you're doing great. I don't know. You don't need any support from what I can tell over here. But Mom, if you don't mind my asking, what have you done with your children to try to encourage that talent that is so naturally evident there?
We have what we call the craft table in the dining room. So it's just a smaller, bigger table that the kids, there's crayons and colored pencils, markers, coloring books, paper. So they can go over there and we'll, sometimes go play at the craft table. So we use lots of paper and tape and all kinds of things, cardboard, scissors, cutting out things, stickers, glitter. It's just always things going on at the craft table.
That's wonderful. Do you see yourself continuing doing some more art as you go through school, Dash?
Yeah.
Yeah. What other things do you like to do besides art?
I like to play video games a lot.
Okay.
Soccer, baseball, reading. I have a bunch of novels.
What sort of things do you like to read?
Usually chapter books.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Really big chapter books.
That's good. I bet you're a very good reader. Yes, grandma/teacher is nodding. That's great. So we also have Dad in studio over here. So Dad Cliff, what do you think about all this?
I think it's fantastic. His ability, he's drawn since he was really little. You go into the school sometimes and you look at all the classroom work and you're going, oh, that's a good drawing and that's a good one. And then, Dashes just stands out.
Yeah.
His detail, the fine penmanship. I can't do that.
Oh, yeah. That's what several of us said. I could not
cannot
do that.
do that. Yeah. He's always like, can you draw, like we do these things, can you combine an eagle and a beaver? Like we do combination of animals and it's just amazing what he does in 2 minutes on a board. And I can't do it in an hour. Yeah. He has a talent for it, definitely.
Yeah. That's really impressive, Dash. You should be proud. God has given you a gift there. Yeah. Do you mentioned a couple of sports. I think you said soccer?
Soccer and baseball.
And baseball. Okay. So are you busy with baseball right now then?
Yeah.
Yeah. You keep Mom and Dad running around to your baseball games? Yeah. Now, we're not going to ask them questions on camera, but we have your brother and sister in studio with us here. Do they like to do art as well, Dash?
My little sister really likes art. My brother not as much, but he'll do it if he has to.
Yeah, okay. Oh, good description. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And are you the oldest or?
Yeah.
You're the oldest, okay. Oldest. So are you kind of the boss?
Usually my little sister sometimes.
She's shaking her head like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh my goodness. So you go to St. Peter Catholic school, right? What do you like about being at a Catholic school?
I don't know. It's just my friends. I have a lot of them, like my whole class. It's really fun.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
When your whole class is friends and everybody gets along and you enjoy each other. That's wonderful. Do you have friends that enjoy art as much as you do?
I'm not quite sure, but I think some of them do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. So do you have any idea how many entries we get for these art contests?
I'm not really sure.
Not really sure?
Like,
I tell you what, it's a stack about like that. We get hundreds of entries into this art contest. And so we go through and yours just came right up to the top. So it's, it's not like, oh, we have 10 or 15 or 20 to choose from. No, we have a couple hundred to choose from. So it's really a good achievement for you to to be sitting here and have your artwork that's going to be on the cover of a school folder next year.
You see that school folder sitting in front of you right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's last year's folder. Do you have that already? Does it look familiar?
I don't
No?
think they. I don't
They
think
don't.
that we had
that
them
school.
passed out to them last year, but
Okay.
we're going to make sure you have them for this year.
Yeah, yours will be right on the front like that with your name, not your last name, but just your first name. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about being on the radio?
I don't know. I was nervous at first. I didn't really want to go.
Yeah. It's not too bad though, is it?
No.
Do you have any friends or family that are watching on the live stream?
I think this is just it, maybe. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Well, you can watch it later. Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe mom and dad will be able to pull it up for you at home, and you can watch and see what a great job you did. Yeah.
You can watch your brother in the background, have a little bit of fun
Jumping
too.
around. Right. Oh, that's great. Well, you keep up the good work with your art. You do a fantastic job, and we've said it a couple of times, but lots of adults have commented on the detailed work that you did there, and not only the inspiration and thought behind it, but the detailed work that you included as well. So you should be proud. Mom and dad should be proud. Grandma,
We're very
art
proud.
teacher, should be proud. It's all wonderful. I don't know. Maybe brother and sister are the least impressed of those in the room, but that's usually the case, isn't it? Yeah. Well, wonderful. We thank you so much for coming in. You did a super job, and congratulations on doing so well in the art contest. You deserve the recognition that comes with it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
right.
So that was Dash Constein.
Constein. All
Yes. A third grader at St. Peter's in Upper Sandusky, winner of the K through 3 division, or runner-up.
He's a winner.
He's the winner. Yeah,
That is the winner.
Yeah. See, I failed to write that down, and so, whew. See, I've been doing this for 22 hours straight, and I still mess up. So, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And of course, Dash brought along mom and dad and grandma and brother and sister, and we thank you all for joining us here. Are we going to go to a quick break, or are we going to?
We
just
will probably
keep chatting?
just keep on going because we have less than 10 minutes before we have to wrap everything up. So we'll just stay live. You guys can, the cameras will be on us then, and you guys can head on out. Make sure you guys pick up a bottle of wine. Okay, as you leave, that's
thank
our
you.
gift to you.
Not for you.
No, not for you.
Tammy will help you with that out there.
Yeah,
or no,
or
that's
Sherry.
Sherry. Sorry, Tammy
Yep.
left. Yeah.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Thank you
Yes.
so much for making the effort to come all this way. We appreciate it. You did a great job. Yeah. Well, listeners, that was our favorite hour. It always is when we get a chance to talk to the art contest winners. The children are such an inspiration, and the ideas that they get for their art is truly it's kind of humbling to me to see such beautiful gifts that our Lord is bestowing on these young children. It's a lot of fun for us to talk to the young kids when they come in studio and their families and hear about where they got their ideas from and have them describe their inspiration and their effort. So
That's right. But now there's precious little time for you to get your donation in yet today. Just do that now. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We'll be live until until it reaches 6 o'clock. Then we'll switch over to Catholic Answers Live as I switch the thing over to me as
the
I
video,
keep it on you. Yeah.
That's all right.
But either way, thank you all for watching on the live stream, by the way. Whether or not you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook or on X, we're there, we're live, and doing the best we can to bring you the best of Catholic programming here on Holy Family Radio. This is the end of day 2. We have one more day left, and we've got a lot of work to do if we're going to reach our goal. And that is, our people ask, what is your goal? Well, our goal each drive is to get $1 more than we did the year before. If that's what the Lord wants us to have, then we'll take it. And so that even if that's a slow climb to whatever else, we'll work with it. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we keep Holy Family Radio going and growing and thriving. And so this is only possible because of you. 888-287-0655. We enjoy offering this Catholic School Folder art contest to be able to spotlight all the talent and all the treasure that is happening in our Catholic schools. They are designed with a difference. It does make a difference in the lives of these young children as they're immersed in the faith, as we kind of heard from Nathan Stant, who's the middle school principal there. No, he's the elementary principal there at Delphos St. John. And so, this is just our part to be part of the community. And you can do your part to become part of our family at Holy Family Radio by making your best gift at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655, or online at holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm.
Don't forget that many of employers out there offer matching programs. So perhaps you work for an employer who offers an opportunity to match your dollars or a certain percentage of your dollars up to a maximum cap of some sort. Every plan's a little bit different, but check that out. Your employer may have a program that make your dollars go all that much further in support of Catholic Radio. Also, don't forget, we have donors who like to give in honor of someone, in honor of a person, living or past, in honor of a cause or in support of a cause. So don't forget, that's a great reason to donate, in addition to supporting Catholic Radio, to continue to have that voice of truth and clarity and charity, spreading the gospel and sharing the truth and beauty of our faith throughout the entire listening area. 888-287-0655. That is the number to call. We're still looking for new donors. We still have several gift books available for new donors. If you donate over $100, you may have your choice of one of 8 books that we have available. If you donate over $250, you can have your choice of 3 of the books over at the desk over there, and they'll be happy to go through what some of your options are for that. 888-287-0655 or holyfamilyradio.fm is the place to go online. Remember, that's .fm, not com or net, to get you to the right website, and you can make your donation there.
Yeah, if you go to holyfamilyradio.net, you will be donating to the wrong Holy Family Radio. They will appreciate your donation, but it wouldn't help us because holyfamilyradio.net is out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, I believe. It's over in Michigan, over there towards Lake Michigan over there. So, but it's holyfamilyradio.fm, as in FM radio. We talk about what the benefits are of Catholic radio. It's about spiritual growth. It's about community building. It's about inspiration and encouragement. It's about education, the catechesis of educating not only us, your fellow Catholics, but also those who really don't understand what the Catholic Church believes and teaches. Because most of what those who are not Catholic, there's a lot of misunderstandings and out mistruths about what it is that the Church teaches and what the Church requires, or what the faith requires, and all that. So Catholic Radio can really help that. It's family-friendly content. There is nothing on Catholic Radio that you have to worry about being mature themed or anything else like that. So it can be on in a car or a vehicle to be shared by everybody. And then last but not least, evangelization. The church has talked for a long time, since St. John Paul II, about the new evangelization. And what he meant by new evangelization was to repropose the gospel to those who may have forgotten it, or may have lost, or just never got what they needed to get from those who came before. And so Catholic Radio really kind of fills that gap. That's kind of what it was created for, is created for those who may have known the truth. And, because we live in a Christian nation in a sense, but we're losing that identity very quickly. And so Catholic radio has kind of come in and kind of filled the breach, so to speak, to be able to do that. So 888-287-0655. There's lots of reasons that we could give to donate, but it's really totally up to you to make that decision. So there's only about a minute and a half or so left to go before we get to the end of our time. So with that, I'm going to sign off for us here at Holy Family Radio. I want to thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. bright and early. Our last and final day of the 2024 Spring Spirit Drive. Looking forward to a big day. If you need to make a decision or talk to somebody about what sort of donation you'd like to give, now is the time, or this evening is the time, because tomorrow, normally it's our biggest day. It'll be busy. So that's what we're praying for, and we're praying for you as well. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. On behalf of my co-host Kim Schrader, I'm Deacon Jeff, signing off for today. Hopefully we will be able to speak to you tomorrow. You'll be listening, and you can donate and join us and join our family as we move forward to ending our day today. God bless, and talk to you tomorrow.